Labafilo. He is the fellow of our great institute. Architect Labafilo came with an array of his directors. We have in their midst architect Ekuogo Zodima. She's a fellow of a great institute as well, and she is the director, Federal Minister of Works and Housing. Please come into the round of applause. Architect Onazi is also a director in the Federal Minister of Works and Housing. He's part of the entourage that came with the head of the bill. Please come and give him a round of applause. Also with him is Architect Okorafo, another great director from the Federal Ministry of Works and Housing. You're welcome, sir. I want to, in a special way, recognize the presence of Architect Professor W.B. Curie. He was the former Vice Chancellor of Kaduna State University, and he is the Vice Chancellor of Graham University. He is a fellow of our great institute, OFR. Highly recognized. Thank you, sir. At this juncture, we ask that we'll be entertained with soft music while we wait for the PNIA and the dignitaries to come. Then we can start. Thank you so very much. Some our guests. We sincerely apologize for starting a bit late. Like I always say, it's not in our character. Architects were known to keep to time. We sincerely apologize once again. We're just a few minutes behind schedule. But as you can see, the high table is already a bit formed with a very handsome, amiable, dutiful, dedicated PNIA architect, Sonny S.C. Echeno. He is the PAMSEC Federal Minister of Education, and he is our president. Welcome, sir. Sitting next to him is another very handsome architect, super intelligent, incoming president. I know this one. I told us earlier, when you see architects, you will know. We have this very handsome architect as our next president. He is architect Ni Benevolent, fellow Nigerian of architects. To join them on the high table will be our very dear past president, a man who has done us so proud, well recognized in the nation. He has served our institute and the nation, and we are super proud of him. He's no other person than Chief Architect Gabriel Yakubu, OON, past president, FNIA. Thank you. Look here, sir. You have to be on the high table, please. Come and support our president and incoming president, sir. To join him on the high table, it's a woman we are so proud of. In the 61 years of our existence, she's been the only woman president. We call her Mama, we love her. She's our mother, the first and only president of our great institute, Architect Olubukola Ejibumi, fellow Nigerian Institute of Architects, PPNIA. She was the 19th president of our great institute. Joining her closely is the 20th president of our great institute. If you see him, you know that the snow looks like him. We call him Snow White. He is handsome, intelligent, very dedicated to the cause of architecture. He is no other person than architect Mohammed Jimo Farawaja.
And following very closely, also a distinguished architect, one of the elders and one of the pillars of our institute is architect Ibrahim Haruna, the 24th president of the Nigerian Institute of Architects. Please come over to the high table. invite the president, the past president, the 27th president of the Institute, the immediate past president indeed, Architect Festus Njoku Adibe. Is he here? Okay. He hasn't come in yet.
To join them on the high table are two of our very distinguished architects. You know, architects, we do it in style where we're well recognized. Most of them have served the nation. And in our midst today, we are blessed to have architects who were former ministers. Among them is a lady I respect so much. She's no other person than architect Halima Alao. She was a former minister for environment, and she is a fellow of our great city. Ma'am, please join them on the high table. Joining her closely is another gentleman, fine gentleman, very intelligent as well. He has served our nation, he is still serving our institute. He's no other person than architect Musa Sada, C-O-N-S-N-I-A, former Minister of Mines, Skill Development, and a former Minister of Housing. That clap is too small for somebody in this country. Thank you.
I want to see more applause. All this applause. Just one total applause. Massive one. Thank you.
A very good morning, distinguished architects. First, I want to convey the deep regrets and apologies of our special guest of honor, the Honorable Minister for Works and Housing. He has had to travel this morning to Kebbi State on very short notice. Only yesterday at the Federal Executive Council, Mr. President decided I should present you in Kebbi State to commission the major project which you will see in the news later today. Another minister will be coming to do a formal opening, but that particular aspect of the ceremony we have shifted to 3 o'clock. It will be brief reassembly. We will continue with our program because as we are aware, this is being streamed live and there are other people joining from all over the world. So again, just to convey those apologies, we will go on. You will not receive the president's speech until that formal brief ceremony, but all the other programs will go as planned. I thank you very much for your attention, and I revert to the PRO to continue with the rest of the program, starting with the national anthem. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, please can we stand and take the national anthem. Thank you. Please, President. start with an opening prayer. We most respectfully ask Architect Buki Ejiwumi to take the opening prayer. Mama, opening prayer.
Shall we pray? Our Father and our God, the creator of the whole universe, the Almighty, our dear Father, we appreciate you. We give you thanks for today and for protection over each and every one of us. As we travel down to this venue from different parts of the country, we say thank you, Father. I want to commit all that we are going to do during this VGM into your hands. I pray, Father, that you will take control, you will take preeminence, you will take all the glory. At the end of it all, let the blessings be ours. Let this Nigerian Institute of Architects, this great institute, continue to grow greater and greater to the glory of your name and to the benefit of us all. For we pray in Jesus' name.
Thank you, ma'am.
So we will now invite the first Vice President, Architect Ni Benevolent, to give us a welcome address. The first Vice President, as we all know, is also the chairman of the National Organizing Committee of this event.
You can all turn to page 16 of your events program booklet. The President of the Nigerian Institute of Architects, Architect S.T. Echono, members of the Executive Council of the Nigerian Institute of Architects, past presidents of the Nigerian Institute of Architects, distinguished fellows of the Nigerian Institute of Architects, members of the Nigerian Institute of Architects in various categories, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of the national and local organizing committees of the 2021 Biennial General Meeting, I welcome you all to the beautiful city of Abuja, where in the next 3 days we shall be taking stock of the activities of the outgoing council and usher in a new one through a series of activities which have been carefully planned to give participants a memorable experience. In line with the realities of today's practice environment, we have chosen the theme Smart Architecture, Exploring New Frontiers in Architectural Practice, as we must begin to shape up for the digital era we now live in with its numerous disruptions. We also hope to take a critical look at the effect of technology on the way we apply our trade and the impact this would have on the way spaces are perceived and utilized. We also welcome our faithful and loyal sponsors and exhibitors, not only for their support, but for availing us of the latest innovations in the building materials value chain. To our students who represent the future of our profession, the future starts now, and we must begin to be a part of the future we desire by fully participating and shaping the direction you expect the Institute to go. Technology, the impact of climate change and the recent coronavirus pandemic have both combined to challenge the status quo and engage the reset button on virtually every facet of our lives, from education, residential, recreational, to work environment, and even our social interactions with one another. As architects, we must begin to fashion out solutions to this new normal. To our contestants at the forthcoming elections, Please keep your campaigns as civil and as friendly as can be. And remember that we must come out of the region stronger and more united than ever before. Lastly, to the architects of Nigeria, this region represents another golden opportunity to do a self-appraisal of how we have come these last 61 years, remembering that challenges will come and that will sometimes shake the very foundation of our values and everything we hold dear. But in our true spirit as solution providers, we must close ranks to confront the adversaries outside. Welcome once again and enjoy the hospitality as you network and make new friends. Thank you and God bless you.
Thank you very much, the chairman of the NOC. These claps that I'm getting today, is it because I have not officially become the PRO that these claps are? Let's all get a clap. A clap. That's the type of clap you give when Shoma is standing here. Start giving it to me now. Because it is not me that made the presentation, it's our first vice president, and we thank you very much, sir. Now, I will now invite our distinguished president, a man that we respect, a man that is close to our hearts. Okay. All right, thank you very much. Please, my apologies. I have been informed that before the president's address, we are going to take some messages. And the first of that will be from the Vice President, Region 5 of the International Union of Architects. The president is going to be giving to us online. Yes. So this is by architect Tokumbo Omisore, FNIA. Oh, okay, sorry, we have some technical issues. We are going to take that speech and indeed any other online speech later when the technical people sort out the technicalities. And I would like to introduce the President of the Architects Registration Council, who I'm told is ably represented by the Registrar of ACOM, Architect Umar Murnai Salawa, to please come and take the goodwill message from the ACOM President.
Mr. President, sir, members of the high table, please allow me to stand on the existing foundation of the protocol. I'm here to represent the President of ACOM, who is unavoidably absent. That is Asiwaju of Ekiti Elupeju, Sir Architect Gabriel, Sir Gabriel Tipo Ajayi. I'm going to take his goodwill message. It is my pleasure to address this occasion and gathering of architects of the 2021 biennial general meeting and the 61 annual general meeting and conference BGM of our dear institutes. I'm particularly delighted with the conference's theme of smart architecture, exploring the frontiers in architecture practice. understanding the importance of addressing issues surrounding the application of digital technology to building design and construction, especially as it relates to our roles as leaders among custodians of the built environment, is very imperative. In recent months, COVID-19 has exposed the gaps in all inputs for development delivery, manpower, materials, and technology. As we are currently learning to circumnavigate the world around us after a harrowing session of a fading pandemic, new realities have taught us that we need to carry out our professional practice and day-to-day lives in a way that looks very different from what it was a couple of months ago. COVID-19 has hastened the descent of an air of change upon us, with the urgency for us to rethink the practice of the profession going forward. This responsibility becomes crucial as we consider the fact that our fundamental value to society as stakeholders in the creation of healthy, safe, and aesthetic buildings and spaces is unchanging and resistant to pandemics, recessions, or depressions. In the past couple of months, therefore, technology innovations in the built environment have taken new shapes. Advanced construction technology now try to help us experience spaces while keeping a safe distance. A robust drones, smart wearables, while other forms of artificial intelligence for construction sites keep evolving. As we extol the benefits of the industrialized construction and advancing automation, however, we as architects must begin to wonder how to fit into the new paradigm. Failure to do that may spell another form of doom, as we may soon be out of the jobs. The time for us is now, therefore, to conscientiously build capacity using data insights and new ways of working, and empower ourselves in the process to communicate beauty and form along with functional physical products. As our industry is pushed into the new era of the new normal, with the rest of the world, we must position ourselves for the future of design, a time when technology empowers designers to be even more thoughtful, artful, and in charge. The big challenge before us now is to really understand the customer's need and learn to use the evolving technology to collaborate, bring developers and the information technologies together with the business to provide functional product that meet customers' needs. The COVID-19 crisis has shown us that now is our time to truly compete on skills and expertise with a renewed focus on creativity. The unnerving period of the past couple of months have taught us as a profession and an industry at large that collaboration is part of an effective policy response in time of crisis, as technology is enabling a mindset change across our industry. Therefore, now is the time for us as architects to be ready for a deliberate and rigorous multidisciplinary collaborations. Distinguished colleagues, as I end this goodwill message, I want to remind us that leadership and true relevance is more like a button than a trophy. You keep a trophy, but you hand off a button. As sure as night follows day, there will certainly come a time in our lives when we will pass the baton of leadership and relevance to to the next generation. Just as we had received it from the generation before us. What an awesome responsibility we have, therefore, is to pass the baton of impeccable professional practice devoid of infractions and impunity from our generation to the next generation. Let us hand over the baton so well that the next generation will continue to be custodian of the built environment in a way that we would be proud that we were privileged to have proceeded there. If we fail to do so, we not only lose our impact on the built industry and the built environment at large, but we would quickly lose an entire generation of our children. To this end, I welcome you all to the 61st Annual General Meeting and Conference as we all patiently align ourselves to meet and build capacities under an array of seasoned speakers and professionals in the industry to expose us to various issues and topics on the theme Smart Architecture, Exploring the Frontiers of Architectural Practice. Thank you very much, and I wish you all the success in the conference. Thank you. I've done my job.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, the President of the Architects Registration Council of Nigeria, ably represented by the Registrar, Architect Sani Umar Murna. While we are waiting for most of our presentations are going to be online, and we need the slides. So we have some technicalities we need to sort out. While we are waiting for that to happen, we will invite the President of APBN. The President himself is not here, but he is ably represented by one of our own, who is the Secretary General, Architect Lanre Olushola, FNI. This clap, though, we are trying our best. Thank you.
The President, Nigerians of Architects, Vice Presidents, Nigerians of Architects, past Presidents, Nigerians of Architects, special guests invited to this opening ceremony, fellows of the Institute, members of the Institute, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, members of the Fourth Estate of the Realm, I welcome you this morning. I stand here to represent the President of the Association of Professional Bodies of Nigeria, the umbrella body for all professionals registered in Nigeria, Surveyor Akiloye Olufemi Oyebola, FNIS. I am the Secretary General of the Association of Professional Bodies of Nigeria, privileged to represent the Nigerian Institute of Architects in that association. The goodwill message from the President of the Association of Professional Bodies of Nigeria. On behalf of the Council, Board, and entire membership of the Association of Professional Bodies of Nigeria, APBN, I congratulate the President of Nigerian Institute of Architects, NIA, Architect S.T. Echona, and its entire membership on the occasion of your 61st Annual General Meeting / Conference, PGM 2021. There is no gainsaying that the Institute has come a long way, especially considering the manner it conducts itself in the company of other professional bodies and APBN. This can only be ascribed to the kind of leadership the Institute has been blessed with in the last 61 years. This makes the incumbent president a round peg in the round hole. No wonder the remarkable excellence that trails every event and corporate engagement of the Institute, both nationally and internationally. The theme of the conference, Smart Architecture, Exploring the Frontiers in Architectural Practice, speaks volume about the vision of the Institute, which will continue to not only make it relevant, but put it among the ones to beat. What better opportunity would I have than this to appreciate the President and the entire membership of the Institute for the endorsement APBN got from your Institute by making its 17th President an honorary fellow. The APBN acknowledges and appreciates the tremendous support it has enjoyed from your Institute for the more than 3 decades of its existence. I wish you a highly successful and fulfilling conference experience. God bless you.
Thank you very much, Architect Larry Orushola. We are, please, can I have the program, please? To bring up the screen so that we can take all the goodwill messages that are done from a distance. And in that, most of our goodwill messages are coming in that form. So please be patient with us as we sort out the technical issues. We will use this opportunity to invite the representatives of Dangote, the Dangote conglomerate. I understand that they are here and they will be giving us a goodwill message. Do we have any of the representatives of Dangote here, please? Are you ready to give your message? All right, thank you. Round of applause. Now my food be that too.
Thank you very much to the incoming PRO. The President of the Nigerian Institute of Architects, Vice Presidents here present, the Executive Board members, past Presidents, members of the NIA, guests, and gentlemen of the press. Permit me to stand on all other existing protocols. On behalf of the Board and Management of Dangote Cement PLC, I congratulate the Nigerian Institute of Architects, NIA, on your 61st Annual General Meeting and Conference, BGM 2021. The Institute has been consistent in advancing good and sound practices in the building sector. I consider the theme for this year's conference, which is a Smart Architecture, Exploring the Frontiers of Architectural Practice, as quite germane, given the need for building designs that can cut down on carbon emissions while harnessing natural energy resources. Our presence here today and exhibition at your conference reflect the value-creating relationship between the Institute and Dangote Cement PLC. We produce the cement while you create the designs that bring our products to life. It is a relationship that creates value and can only get better as it offers the nation, builders, homeowners, and every stakeholder in the value chain greater opportunities. Your association occupies a unique position in the building and construction sector, as no one can build unless you design and approve the drawings with the necessary specifications. Dangote Industries Limited, as the nation's foremost indigenous conglomerate with diversified interest in cement, sugar, salt, poly products, real estate, agriculture, logistics, telecoms, steel, oil and gas, and among others, is strategically positioned to enable the Institute to build visions as leading cement producers with nearly 48.6 million metric ton capacities across Africa. We are fully integrated quarry to consumer producer with a production capacity of 32.25 million metric tons in our home market, Nigeria. Our Obadana plant in Kogi State, Nigeria alone, is the largest in Africa with 16.25 million metric tons of capacity across 5 lines. Our Ibeshe plant in Ogun State has 4 cement lines with a combined installed capacity of 12 million metric tons. And our Boko plant in Benue State has 4 million metric tons. However, there is a new plant at Okwela in Edo State that is ready for commissioning now. Through our recent investments, Dangote Cement has eliminated Nigeria's dependence on imported cement and has transformed the nation into an exporter of cement serving neighboring countries in Africa. Recently, we divested into the agricultural sector with our fertilizer plants, which has commenced operations with nationwide distribution, providing necessary inputs to thousands of farmers across the country. We are involved in several activities to promote safety and enforcement of approved standards in the construction and building sector. We adhere strictly to required standards with research and development in the production of our products to ensure safety of buildings and other projects that require the use of cement. We have a range of cement products meant for specific projects such as block making, casting of beams and reinforcements, roads, bridges and culverts, concrete slabs, dressing of walls, and marine construction projects. We have also launched several campaigns to educate Nigerians on the requirements and uses of the range of Dangote cement for various projects. Our campaign for safety and adoption of best standards in construction and building was informed by the need to curb the spate of collapsed buildings. Cement, as we all agree, is a major component in building. Therefore, using the right cement grade in the specified ratio is vital to curtail building collapse and unnecessary loss of lives and properties. We have constantly reached out to our stakeholders, distributors, retailers, and consumers with several promotions, which aimed at giving back to those who have supported us over the years. The last consumer promo we held made over 400 Nigerians millionaires, providing seed capital to many who started fresh businesses. We have empowered many of our distributors with trucks and other vehicles to aid transportation of goods. And as a responsible corporate citizen, we have collaborated with the National Association of Block Molders of Nigeria, National Association of Bricklayers, and other end users of cement in the promotion of best practices in the building sector. We have organized several seminars, workshops, and trainings for these associations with emphasis on how to use the different grades of cement to avoid building collapse. We have cordial working relations with regulatory bodies such as the Standard Organization of Nigeria, SON, the Council of Registered Engineers of Nigeria, CORE, as well as the professional bodies. We are your partners in the building industry, as our products give physical shape to your designs and creatives. And we promise to strengthen this partnership and nurture it to yield values in the future. We wish you fruitful and impactful deliberation in your conference. Thank you very much. For further inquiries, we have our stand at the entrance there. You can visit, and then we have our technical team there to talk to you. Thank you very much once again.
Thank you very much, sir. Dangote Nigeria Limited. We will continue with the presentations that we can do without the technology. And this time we'll be calling on the Association of Consulting Architects of Nigeria. We will ask architects OPA Ladega, FNIA, to come and make a presentation. Thank you very much.
The President of the Nigerian Institute of Architects, distinguished council members, our distinguished and very much respected past presidents, dear colleagues, it is my pleasure on this occasion to express the goodwill from the Association of Consulting Architects Nigeria. A soft segment of the body of architects in Nigeria Institute of Architects, and our achievements these past 61 years. It has been a mixture of both great moments worth celebrating and moments that have given concern. Our profession comes into focus often, but quite unfortunately, it is when something goes wrong that our profession gets a lot of media time and professionals are sought out. I believe that events like this give us an opportunity to showcase to the world our capacities, our achievements, and how much we have shaped the environment and society through our endeavors. I therefore want to felicitate with all of us, wish us all a wonderful time here today. Let it be a wonderful time of fellowship. Thankfully, we have a hybrid attendance at this occasion, and therefore also to those who are online, these best wishes also extend to you. Let us enjoy ourselves. Let's have a wonderful time. Let's celebrate architecture and let the world see who we are. I want to thank the compere and the president for this opportunity as I go back to my seat. All I will just say is, let's celebrate architecture. Thank you.
Thank you very much, architect OPA Ladega. In those days, when I see that name, I used to call it architect Okpa Ladega. And then somebody corrected me that the Okpa is not the name, that is an abbreviation. So I still have that temptation to call him like that because it sounds, there is some resonance to that name. Thank you very much, sir. Yeah, so now we have one more goodwill message. And then if we don't sort out the technical issues, because most of our presentations are going to be on that, then we may go for a short break. And the next presentation we want to make is from Archis. Architect Musa Sagada is here. I haven't actually seen him. Is Architect Musa Sagada here? Okay. Is there? Okay. So, in the absence of Architect Musa Sagada, we will invite our distinguished Professor, who we earlier introduced, Professor Curix from Bingham University, to give us a goodwill message on behalf of Archis. Thank you very much.
I didn't want to reject the conscription, so I'll just make some remarks. But the contents of the goodwill message by Archis are on page 21, and you can read what Archis had written in form of goodwill message. I will only make one or two notes for us to bear in mind as we settle in this BGM. Smart buildings, smart architecture are not a new phenomenon. They are a product of intense man-environment relations research in the 1960s. And a lot has happened since that time. However, recent events, especially the COVID-19, have aggravated the question of smartness. And one of the things that you will bear in mind as we discuss this would be to ask, what is the cost of smartness? What is the effect of smartness? And how best can smartness be achieved? How can smart architecture become a very important component of the smart city? And I'm sure that this is what architects will be discussing. Archis is very proud of this theme, and Archis is willing to partner with NIA. I can assure you that the curriculum of architecture is being engineered to favor the discussion and the thoughts about smartness, about sustainability, and about the future of architecture. You are therefore in the right place. And on behalf of the entire body of Archis, we want you to accept our good wishes. And as always, you can call on us for anything you want, and we'll be willing to gladly render our assistance. Thank you very much, and God bless you.
Thank you so much, Professor Curix. I want to, in a very special way, recognize all the chapter chairmen who are here. If you are a chapter chairman, please stand for recognition. Chapter chairman, please. Thank you. I equally want to recognize all the council members here present. If you're a council member, please stand up for recognition as well. Thank you so much. Just before we go into the first paper presentation, they're ready and the discussion comes on. We have a few announcements. The first announcement is from the architect, Mobolaji Adeni. So come on, I call the Benevolent Fund fundraising section. Thank you. Please can we give her a round of applause?
Thank you very much. Mr. President, distinguished past presidents present, members of council, and our very, very important members of the NIA and our distinguished guests. I'm here to talk to you a little bit about the Ni Benevolent Fund because I intend every one of us to partner with us to make sure that this fund achieves what it was designed to achieve. The Ni Benevolent Fund is a part of the arm of the NIA dedicated to helping members in their time of distress. And in the past 2 years, Mr. President has paid a lot of attention to that aspect of our help one to another. And so the Benevolent Fund of the Institute has grown, and by the grace of God has been able to support many of our members who were ill at one time or the other. We have testimonies that may be shared to you later. Even older members of our institute who needed help, particularly during the COVID, and couldn't go out to work. We have at least 70 of our members who were supported with something from the Benevolent Fund. And so this fund is for all of us. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. This fund is for all of us. We need to partner with each other to help each other. This is what organizations are all about. So that when there's a time of need, you can find your association buoyant enough to assist you. And so some of our people will be sending out forms. They are pledge forms. Please, you will fill them. This is not only for our members, these are also for our guests that are here, because the Benevolent Fund supports not only architects, but even vulnerable people in the society.
To present the first paper today, paper 4, Internet of Things, IoT and Urban Architecture, a framework to improve urban architecture of Nigeria. This paper will be presented by Ezekiel Adewale Odebi and Felix Adebayo and Timothy Olusegun Adekunle, PhD. Please, the three of them will be coming to present this paper. Internet of Things and Urban Architecture, a framework to improve urban architecture. Please, can we give them a round of applause as they come to deliver the lecture. Shedrack is available. Come take your own lecture on smart architecture, exploring the frontiers in architectural practice, construction technology. Titles Shedrack. Are you available, please? Please, can we give him a round of applause?
Please, I have a missing phone here, so if your phone is lost, meet me.
Existing protocol. I was overwhelmed when the call of paper. Just as you have my name, titled Shedrack, I am happy to stand before you to present a paper on construction technology for smart buildings. We all know that smart buildings are structures that uses automated processes to automatically control the building's operations, including heating, ventilation, air conditioning, lighting, security, and other systems, as a collection of multiple research practices dealing with technology, application, and opportunities to improve project performance in the construction industry. You see, the techniques that we are supposed to use to have a good smart architecture or smart buildings, if they are not properly being used, then you can't have a smart building. There are several ways that we are going to use for every element of buildings, how the techniques we're going to use, bring them together, that they will be functioning to make the building sustainable also. This involves the use of a detailed plan and design, putting together different materials and elements to form a certain structure in the field of architecture, as everyone needs to have smart dwellings. In the ancient time, buildings were made from stones, thatches, and mud, but in recent time, we construct buildings using multiple types of building materials, which includes stone, timber, concrete, metals, glass, thatch, etc. But the difference is the technology, how we use them. These technologies depend on a particular sustainability design, which includes but not limited to shading design, building geometries and forms, dynamic window design, building materials application, amongst others. Great changes are explored in construction, and it is as a result of technology, which is seen as practical use of your knowledge, practical use of our knowledge on those elements that will make a smart building. This type of construction, which includes commercial construction, that is where we use those materials on, domestic constructions, industrial constructions, heavy or civil constructions, etc. These few examples are now displaying masterpieces of construction technologies and their requirement in technological treatment, planning, and the role of technology in building design. When we talk about constructions, we're referring to the on-site work done in building or altering structures from land clearance through completion, including excavation, erection, and the assembly and installation of components and equipment. Or in other way, it is the manner in which something is built. That is the definition of construction. Then technology refers to the methods, systems, and devices which are the result of scientific knowledge being used for practical purposes. When we talk about smart architecture, I am giving us the definition of these terms so as we should know what we are looking on. Smart architecture refers to as a blend of passive and active technological and architectural strategies that harness computationally networked, globally connected, complex adaptive, and real-time responsiveness so as to form a co-evolutionary whole with the inhabitants. We also have, under the technologies, what we call virtual reality, VR. Is a computer-generated environment with scenes and objects that appear to be real, making the user feel they are immersed in their surroundings. And we also have augmented reality, that is AR, is an interactive experience of a real-world environment where the objects that reside in the real world are enhanced by computer-generated perception information. As cities grew during the Bronze Age, what I mean, the initial age, a class of professional craftsmen like bricklayers, carpenters appeared. Occasionally, it came that slaves were used for construction work. But in the Middle Age, the artisan craftsmen were organized into guilds. In the 19th century, steam-powered machinery appeared, and later, diesel and electric-powered vehicles such as cranes, excavators, bulldozers, fast-tracked construction, and it has been increasingly popular in the 21st century. some estimates suggested that 40% of construction projects are now fast-track constructions. Yes, it is true. All the high-story structures we're having, if you said you're going to use manually to construct, you will find it difficult to get it right because of the risk involved. But based on the technology we're having now, God has helped us. There are several equipment we use for those constructions, which I have mentioned. The electronic stimulation has proven to be a very successful application for the industry, improving constructability, maintainability, operability, quality and safety while reducing costs and schedules. Is it true? Is it true? Are we together? Let me take it again. Electronic simulation has proven to be a very successful application for the industry, improving constructability, maintainability, operability, quality and safety while reducing costs and schedule. Do you agree with me? Yes. Just because if we're using manually, for example, let me use this structure as an example. If we're using manually, it will take us years. It will take us years before we finished it. But applying the electronic equipment, such as cranes and others, the client might just say, okay, I want this place to finish in the next 3 years. And it is possible with the construction technology equipment we are having. So other technologies adopted by industry, such as wireless and advanced building technology, have all provided industry benefits in quality, productivity, reliability, less rework, and improved inventory management. We now go to what is construction technology itself, where I am going to talk much. And here, I am going to the automated construction equipment, as what I've just mentioned, the cranes. I know that we are the one that enables smart construction technology of a building. Then, what are the aim and objectives of this construction technology? By definition, the whole purpose of construction technology includes: 1, it helps push the industry forward. Secondly, it drives advancement and innovation. And lastly, it increases efficiencies. Then the methods are the procedures and techniques used during the building process. These are based on different types of building elements and materials, which includes the advanced construction technology, which covers a wide range of modern techniques and practices that encompass the latest development in materials technology, design procedures, quantity surveying, facilities management, services, structural analysis and design, and management studies. Construction technology into practice can increase level of quality, efficiency, safety, sustainability, and value for money. However, there is often a conflict between traditional industry methods and innovative new practices, and this is often blamed for the relatively slow rate of technology transfer within the industry. Concrete block, poured concrete, precast concrete, or even treated woods. Continuous waterproofing barrier is applied to the inside or outside of basement structure. The most common form is bituminous. Whenever you are constructing that element, you have to be extra careful. You have to put your eye. You have to be there because you design it and you know what are the requirements or what are the specifications you laid for the foundation. And if you allow the artisans to just do it the way they want to do it, not following your own specifications, you might at the end have issues. So it is advisably that you put your eye on that very well. The block work. Blocks are constructed using concrete or cement. They may include a hollow core to make them lighter and to improve their insulation properties. The kind of block selected for a particular application will depend on its density. Depend on the load-bearing characteristics. Depend on its appearance. It will depend on its width and handling properties. Thermal characteristics such as U value or thermal masses. Flooring. We all know that floor refers to the lower enclosing surface of space within buildings. This may be part of the floor structure, such as the upper surface of concrete slab or floorboards. The mastic, asphalt, and polymeric floors are poured as liquid and sprayed out across surfaces to harden and cure. This creates a finish without seams. While asphalt and polymer flooring options are not especially common. They do not have advantage in both commercial and domestic application where water protection and durability are high priority. It is true, they differ based on the soil type, based on the terrain, based on the topography. So you cannot take the flooring of this place and compare it to a waterlogged area. Everyone has its own way of construction. So it is ideally we use the appropriate materials for it. Safety flooring is a form of flexible, heavy-duty, high-grade vinyl or rubber flooring with slip-resistant grains included. This is one of the things that I want us to also look at it very well. Not every kind of materials you use it everywhere. Like enclosures has different kind of flooring that they deserve. Most of the times your floor finishing in living rooms cannot be the same to that of the kitchen. They must have difference. They must have their own separate way of construction. Because we all know that kitchen is a place where water poured at any time, slippery materials or equipment or liquid things pour anyhow. Building materials application, before you apply any building materials, you will make sure that you have a corrosion free. You have a corrosion free. Secondly, cost efficient modular design. long life at minimum maintenance cost, resistance against dirt, chemicals, and high temperatures. Proven tested material with system guarantee. Low weight with high stability. I mentioned or I defined virtual reality at my definition of terms. It is another construction technology beginning to gain steam in virtual reality. The use of virtual reality in the construction industry continues to grow, providing an extremely immersive experience for users, although the entertainment and automotive industries are quick to adopt this technology. The construction industry is not far behind. Virtual reality provides an extremely versatile tool in construction, and its application can be seen in multiple areas. We also have augmented realities. Is another technology trend we are seeing being adopted in construction is augmented reality. Augmented reality is copied view of a physical environment with its elements supplemented by computer-generated images. In comparison, virtual reality replaces the real world with a stimulated environment, whereas augmented reality takes what is already existing in the real world and enhance it. Architects and other allied professionals have a leadership role in implementing sustainable reform and bear much responsibility for the sustainable performance of the whole industry. The majority of important decisions affecting lifetime performance of buildings are made during the design stage. Are we getting it? So let's design and build smart cities with the technology of design and implementation strategies. A smart environment necessitates good health, and a smart environment necessitates good health and long-lasting. Proper use of construction technology, safe cost, and misuse of materials. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that very elaborate presentation. Yes. That's Architect Untitled Chapter. Thank you very much. Let's have one more round of applause. These are our applause. We are going to wait a little. We are still struggling to sort out our presentation here. While we are doing that, I will invite the management of CDK Integrated Industries Limited. Do we have them here? CDK Integrated Industries Limited. I understand they have a product presentation for us, and they are our silver partners. Please, if the representatives are here, come over to the height to make your presentation.
Integrated Industries is a primary producer of porcelain tiles and porcelain tiles alone. I'm sure I cannot bore you with the differences between what a porcelain tile is and what a ceramic tile is. But we produce porcelain and porcelain tiles alone. Sedike was established in 2016 with the primary goal of producing export quality tiles. And that have framed the innovations that have driven the business over the year. And we're based in Shagamu, Nigeria, proudly Nigerian, with a capacity of 4 million square meters of tiles per annum, using the latest state-of-the-art production machineries. Our technical partnerships are with Italian brands like Ferrari and Sacchi. These are the top-end, high-end technical support service for tile manufacturers all over the world. Globally, Techno Ferrari and Sacmi are considered to be the #1 technical support partners. And these are the people who we partner with. I had a beautiful presentation that I was hoping to show, meeting all the specifications that is required, and they're buying directly from us. So if you go to any station from the Mobolaji Bank Anthony, Mobolaji Johnson station in Ebute Metta, to the one in Abeokuta, and to the one in Money in Ibadan, when you look on the ground, the CPK tiles that you find. Unfortunately, I was to show you because I know that you're men and women who are given to figures and specification, and I was supposed to show you our ISO specifications, which meet all of international standards. We use ISO 13006-2018, and that's the current one. So your specifications, when you come to a factory or you ask for the CDK specification, all of the spectrum of 13006-2018 is what we are, we meet in that space. So it's important that I tell you that when you deal with CDK, there are certain advantages that you get. One of that is that we understand the importance of what you do, and that is time. Comes with your project, you understand what time means to you. We're able to meet your time, we're able to meet your goals at all times every time you come to us. Unlike when you have to depend on the logistics of importation, waiting for one thing or the other to happen or not to happen. Hopefully you get your product as I went to. As CDK, you can walk into a factory at any time, talk to us, state your expected goals and timings, and we work towards that. Another advantage is that we custom build. We're talking about smart architecture. At CDK, we can sit with you, articulate your imagination, articulate your visions as it relates to time, and we will meet that as long as it is possibly tile specification. At CDK, our tile production is not limited to our stocks alone, but on the shelf alone, but we have the capacity and capability to produce to your design and specification. As an innovative business, we encourage our co-creation with our professional customers, creating bespoke tiles that meet their imagination and expectation. So that is one of the advantages that you get with us when you come to talk to CDK. We will design for you, you tell us what we want, and together we can co-create designs that meet your expectation. I'll stand out there as some designs that you will see have been brought in by customers who wanted us to specifically design to their imaginations and expectations, and we've done that. Another thing is that we have a warranty of 10 years on our tiles. I'm sure that a lot of us who have engagements with tilers and distributors will never find a 10-year warranty on their tiles. We do that because we know the quality of our products, and we ensure that that standard is consistently met at all times. Also, for those who have engaged us before, they are aware that we speak specifically to the fact that if a tile does not meet your requirements, you can come back to us, we will look at it, and if it is as a result of factory defect, which is possible, we do change them. And there are people in this auditorium who can attest to that, that we've done that at no cost, because there's a standard that we envisage, there's a standard that we talk about, and there's a standard that we give to our customers. So that in itself is one of the key advantages that you get when you talk to CDK at all times. So basically, unfortunately, like I know that CDK porcelains is redefining the status quo when it comes to tiling in Nigeria, in terms of quality, in terms of expectations, and in terms of meeting all of your imaginations at all points. So moving forward, we encourage you to talk to us at any time. I'm willing to share my card, or you could go on our website. We have social media present. You can go there, get our contact, and talk to any of our sales points, and I'm sure you'll be glad you did. Thank you.
come and tell us the order in which we are going to take those sessions. Is he around? Fitzgerald, the chairman of the Library and Publications Committee. I thought I saw Fitzgerald just now. Yes, please. Yes, we have all the presenters waiting wherever they are. So can you guide us to the order in which we are going to take them? Town Planner Toyin Ayinde, FNITP, PNITP, President Nigerian Institute of Town Planners. He is going to give us the keynote address and we are going to listen to him from the audio. And if you have your handset with you and you go onto that link, you can also listen to him. Don't forget the applause. Doesn't matter whether he's here or not. Please, let's give him a round of applause while we wait to hear from him. This time it will be Professor Dr. Irene Mucho from Benue State University. The title of that paper is Indigenizing Modern Architecture in Nigeria. Professor Irene Mucho. Round of applause.
It's Dr. Irene Mucho, like has been said. I want to use this opportunity to thank the leadership of the Nigerian Institute of Architects, as well as the Chairman Practice Committee, Architect Fitzgerald, for this opportunity to present a proposed paper I'm working on. I look forward to your critical comments as this paper is at the stage of conceptualization, and I'm just passing along my thinking, my thought patterns, and I'll be very happy for feedback, comments, and input from you as you listen. The paper is titled Indigenizing Public Space Use in Nigerian Cities. It's posted under the track, the theme track, Indigenizing Modern Architecture in Nigeria. Agglomeration of people, as well as vital information, cultural, recreation, and entertaining activities in an aesthetically pleasing environment. According to literature studies show that public spaces are a reflection of society. They show the economic, cultural, political, and complexities of cities, and hence, public spaces are a powerful tool for city competitiveness. If you would agree with me, nowadays cities globally are doing everything they can to be competitive. Now, to even go close to the edge, cities in developing countries, usually when you read the statistics, they fall short on many fronts in terms of competitiveness. However, we have an advantage, a comparative advantage that could take us closer and make us more competitive and put us on the global scale. That is our culture. We have a lot to sell. Studies show that the unique selling point of African cities is their culture. Now, what is culture? Simply put, culture is a very difficult concept to conceptualize, define. However, simply put, culture is called the way of life of an entire society. Culture has different components: faith, food, arts and drama, music, attitudes, beliefs, language, customs, rituals, and behaviors. That component of culture called human behavior is the part that this study is interested in analyzing, interrogating. Public behavior in public spaces. Now, the conference theme under which this subject is couched is indigenization. I finally defined the term indigenization as the act of making something more native, transformation of some service areas to suit a local culture, especially through the use of more indigenous people. However, immediately that brings up red flags, because we as traditional African societies also have public spaces. All traditional societies have public spaces, as same as Western societies. So when you talk of indigenization, what are you really trying to say? study argues that indigenizing public spaces to suit our African personality, our African ideology, our African beliefs has to do with we understanding the way Africans perceive and understand public spaces. Western models of public spaces are all over our cities. We have public spaces designed in neighborhood designs. Every design we have of cities, we have public spaces. And then many African cities are developing fast. Most of them develop with traditional settlement patterns. I'll explain this. When you look at cities like Ibadan, Zaria, when you look at cities like Benin City, the modern developed part of the city is growing, but then there's also the traditional version of the city also there. It has been there for centuries and they have been growing. So the model of development of African cities are the traditional components side by side with the Western ideals. Also, you will agree with me that almost every city has ethnic enclaves in it. When you go to city, you see things like Hausa quarters, Yoruba quarters, and all that in cities. That is to say that as cities of Africa are developing, the cultural aspects of the city cannot be ignored. And so as I conceptualize my paper, I've also gone through literature and I've found out that studies show that public space use has been changing, especially as traditional societies become more modern. Studies show that three very strong symptoms show that the use of public spaces are changing in cities, especially growing, rapidly modernizing cities of Africa. First of all, it's obvious, if you saw my slide, I had slides of pictures of abandonment. One of the symptoms of changing public space use is abandonment. Public space uses are abandoned. Things like internet, social media, and all that have taken over the use of public spaces. We have segregation. Public space use for a select few who can pay. It's called commodification of public spaces. Meanwhile, we know public spaces to be spaces that are open to every citizen, regardless of your socio-economic standing, your ethnicity or religion. Public spaces in cities are open to all. However, public space use is changing because we see public spaces now as spaces that are open to a select few. And then studies also show that public spaces are spaces of contests. This study aims to seek an understanding. So we see, I have pictures again of Western ideologies of public spaces like parks, arcades, and public space seem not to be at work because of these changes, not to work in African cities. So this study seeks an understanding of the indigenous African perspective of public space. The objectives are a characterization of spaces used for recreation in traditional societies. That's how local societies have seen and used public spaces. And a characterization also of the activities that are used in public spaces. In conceptualizing this paper, I was looking for a theoretical or a conceptual framework within which to house the main ideas of this study. And I found myself within the theory, the ambit of the theory of environmental determinism, which states that an area's physical characteristics, like its climate, have a substantial impact on the psychological outlooks of its inhabitants. So environmental determinism is the study of how the physical environment predisposes societies and states towards particular development trajectories. And so this concept has been used to explain why maybe countries in the tropics have some certain development trajectories. Such countries are called Global South, low-income countries, and then countries in the Global North have their climatic predisposition moves them towards a certain development trajectory. This theory has been criticized as a tool to legitimize colonialism, racism, and imperialism in Africa. However, modern thinking of this concept, of this theory, have instead used the theory as an explanation that rejects racism. How it's used in this is that studies of individual use of public space, individual use of behavior in public spaces show that it's not possible to judge human action in public space without judging the public environment within which those actions, those activities hold. And so there is a reciprocal relationship between human behavior and space. Those are the two major variables that this study aims to interrogate. Human behavior, attitudes, activities in public space, and then the space itself. We start by a characterization of traditional societies, the spaces, how those spaces are conceptualized, the objective measurements, variables are used to measure spaces that are used in traditional societies for recreation activities and so on. And then the activities themselves are put under scrutiny in this study. My study area is, of course, where I come from, Benue State, but this is a study couched on a particular ethnic group and its use of public space, so that we can understand how that particular ethnic group understands public space and uses public space. And so these ideas will help us to now plan for more intelligently the existing public spaces to revitalize them. And so I'm using the team as a group of people who live in West Africa, Benue State to be precise. They are found in Nasarawa, Plateau, Taraba, Cross River States, and even in some part of the FCT. They are about 3.5% of Nigeria's total population and the fourth largest ethnic group in Nigeria. They have traditional practices like blacksmithing, pottery, making, building, and all that, and they have a rich culture. I particularly chose this particular ethnic group because they have some international exposure. Some of their recreational activities, some of their dances, some of their cultural traditional practices have been recognized on a global scale. And so I found this particular ethnic group useful for study. For my methodology, I have highlighted from literature, three major tools that I'm using. First of all, I'm going to do historical reviews. I'm going to do content analysis of journals, newspapers, books, reviews, reports, using major themes such as culture, public space, and activities in public, carried out in public spaces. I'm also going to use observation. Observation is measurement, objective measurement, to highlight variables of the physical environment. Like I said earlier, I have two major variables, physical environment and the people's behavior in culture in those environments. And then I'm going to use questionnaires for my methodology. I would like to thank you at this point for your attention. I look forward to your comments, please. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for that presentation, architects. I really need to don't know. They are going to speak some comments. We're going to answer a few questions. Okay. We are going to be asking some questions and taking some comments. But to hasten it, our Italian presenter, I have just been told, is also ready to hit us with his presentation. So I would like to ask Architect Irene, please just wait a little. Let's take the presentation from the Italian. Then we can ask all the questions at once. The Italian will be presenting on green and sustainable designing of well-being of people, places, and planet by Luca Racciapo, Associate Director, Chapman Taylor and Associates, Italy. Here is the presentation. Please listen attentively, and like I said, you can also go to the link so that you can have visuals. Once more, I apologize for not giving you the visuals here.
Me, I'm an architect based in England and overworked with 14 studios. I'm director of Get One in Ghana. So I'm and for the environment and the health and comfort of building objects. Thereby improving building performance. The basic objectives of sustainability are to reduce the consumption of non-renewable resources, minimize the waste, and create healthy, productive environment. This sustainable design principle has included the ability to optimize the site potential, minimize the non-renewable energy consumption, use the renewable environmentally sustainable products, protect and conserve the wood, enhance the indoor environment, and optimize the operation of environmental. This is an integrated approach, holistic approach. We focus to encourage the negative. As you know, all things good well have to be based on the compromise. This is one goal that we have to follow with intention to reach shortly when we do a sustainable design. So this is such an individual approach to impact all phases of the building's life cycle, including design, construction, operation, and decommissioning. These first phases are fundamental to build a perfect way to design for well-being people and place. So many plans. So now I'm here to try to explain, and I'm so pleased to share a simple example that we are made, designed, and we won the petition for a big project in China. What helped us to win this competition was the idea of smart city. As you know, this experience in design means to understand in deep and very well we choose the best solution to know, to solve, and to understand the needs of people live the place. So live the future, your building, or your idea, or your vision, or your suggestion about their life in that place. So what is this? What is this? The smart city is an urban area which has been designed to cope with excess rainfall using a variety of techniques. This is an example of the approach that is useful to understand the place is often you and your ideas in respect of all people that are living that place. So this existing area, urban area, often have to deal with voltage caused by an heavy rain. I'm talking about a specific place in China, a big area. But as you know, this is just an example to explain the attitude. So the same condition that we found on that land is problem is to find it in all parts of the world, like in Africa, in Europe, even in America. A safe place, green place, designed for welcoming you to stay there, and not just a green land. Here are the example coming from the same project that we prepared for China, the China city. Here we wanted to present this sort of common image that you can find on the net everywhere. missing and the world is here in different ways from there. There are a lot of people that stay there, not just pass through and leave the place in 1 second, but stay there for 1 day entirely. Because in this case, the nature is the same protagonist of the building. So when you stay there, you can enjoy the place, even the idea that exists under this project. This is another example of another side of the project, where we are inserted in our idea in the human existing other. I mean, in this part, there is an example. We are trying to define a new way, a new language of architecture, preserving what is the cultural base of the local people and of the local space. So it's important that when you are designing some new architecture, you have to preserve your intention, your architectural vision, even for the materials, for the dimensional windows, for the wide proportion, height, and orientation of the building in a strictly and continued connection with nature. If for you the nature has the same weight of the architecture. So it's important to preserve this relation even when you are designing in a full-on urban pattern, because you have to find the right dimension and place even for the nature, because both of these elements have the same importance, level of significance. I want to close my hopefully interesting contributors to you, showing this last image. Because here there is a sort of summarize of what I'm trying to explain to you. There is a new architecture made by wood, for example, the existing urban model, and a good and large vision of green forest, and a small river, really clean and good. There are some people get lost, there are some people talking, and there are some birds that respond. These birds are confirming us that they are able to fly on our sky, happy when find some place that don't disturb the nature, but create new relation and language with them. So I finished my intervention on computers, but I'd like to add a final conclusion. Starting from my little experience, that's busy myself in 2010 ago, so more or less 10 years ago. I lived for 2 years in Equatorial Guinea, so I met a lot of people, and I see their vision, lifestyle, intention, future proposal. With so I brought them in consideration, and I continue to use when applying my idea of architecture. And I'm not talking about language, so it doesn't mean that I create a sort of proper language for each place that is of my architecture. But it's important that this new language that I inserted in place is a good opportunity to create a new relation, a new debate on the new land. Because the weight of the pencil of the architect is really hard. It's an easy pencil. Because we have a big responsibility when we design and propose to place the we must design a place for the people. We must don't forget that the last person that will reach your design place will be happy and grateful to your work even after 10 years. The dream is to design a place where it's continuing to be a dream for people that can live or just pass through there. So don't forget that we are lucky, because to be architect is a great responsibility, but at the same time it's a big right, because we have a possibility and some.
Thank you very much, the local radio. Thank you, and we truly appreciate your finding the time to address us with a very elaborate presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, you're most welcome. Thank you for all of you like me, and thank you particularly to my friend and mentor architect, Fitzgerald. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Okay, so that is the presentation by Architect Luca Rachioko. I hope I got that name right. Architect Luca Rachioko. He is the Associate Director, Chapman Taylor and Associates, Italy. Okay, thank you very much. Now that we have our technical issues sorted, I believe we can take some of the presentations that we had limited much earlier while we wait for the arrival of the minister, so that this session can be officially declared over. And one of those presentations is going to be made by the Vice President of the African Union of African Union of Architects, West African, Vice President West Africa, West Africa. The Vice President Region 5, International Union of Architects, UIA, Architect Tokumbo Misore, FNIA, who is one of us, of course. He was once the President of the AUA. He is going to give us a goodwill message, but before that, I would like to take a few announcements. Kumbo Misore. Audio.
Distinguished fellow of Institute of Directors. He is a past president, Institute of Directors, past president, Nigerian British Chamber of Commerce. Can we give him a resounding round? I want to equally invite to the high table Architect Deji Kolowole is the chairman of Words and Privilege Committees. Architect Kolowole. So without wasting our time, I will keep recognizing our dignitaries as they walk. I want to be very special. We recognize the special guests of honor we have here today. We are truly blessed to have distinguished honorable ministers here. We have one of our own, who is an honorable minister of Mines, Steel and Development, architect Olamileko Adebite. He is a friend of ours. I'm glad to have you here, sir. I'm equally very excited to introduce one of our own as well, a friend of Nigerians of Architects. He's always here whenever we call him. He's a boss to our president. He is a friend of our great institute. He's no other person than Mr. Chukwuemeka Majuba. He is the Honorable Minister of Ministry of Education. That clap is too small. I just said he is the boss of our president. I'm sure you don't want our president to get into any kind of trouble. Honorable Minister, we're very loyal to you. If you are the boss to our president, we are your servants. And I want to most respectfully invite our own dear past president, a man that has served our nation well, a man who keeps serving our institute, and we are very proud of him. He is Chief Architect Gabriel Yakubu, OON and NIA, TPNIA, Honorable Minister of several ministries, two-time minister. Thank you, sir. You're welcome, sir. We quickly invite our dear president. Yeah, I need to now invite the president to give his opening speech.
Our special guest of honor, the Honorable Ministers for Mines and Steel, and the Honorable Minister of State for Education, past presidents of the Nigerian Institute of Architects here present, as well as past presidents of sister professional bodies in the built environment, as well as professional bodies in Nigeria, members of the National Executive Council of the Nigerian Institute of Architects, members of the College of Fellows of the Institute, the President ACON, and presidents of other affiliates of the Nigerian Institute of Architects, very distinguished participants, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. When I assumed office as your president 2 years ago, the world had no inkling of an impending pandemic on a scale that was to irreversibly alter humanity's course. Through the periods of lockdowns, the Nigerian Institute of Architects not only adapted our modus operandi to best respond to the exigencies of our time, but also the conduct of our business and engagements with our clientele. Architects town hall lecture sessions have had to embrace technology to make them accessible remotely via the Zoom, web or Telegram platforms, but demonstrated its readiness to support governments at all levels in its fight against the spread of the coronavirus by volunteering as an institute to offer the services of all our members in each state of the Federation to the COVID-19 Presidential Task Force Committee, as well as the state's task forces that were established during the time, free of charge, as our corporate social responsibility. In February last year, when we held our grand inauguration, we seized the opportunity to reintroduce the Institute to our stakeholders from around the entire country. At that event, we outlined the core plans of my administration's focus. These were engagement with governments at all levels, advocacies to drive home the value of architects and good architecture in the larger society, as well as reforms to our architectural education curriculum to meet emerging challenges. And lastly, the sponsorship of private bills at the National Assembly to address key issues in the built environment. I wish to note with satisfaction that through the efforts of the 2019-2021 Executive Council, we have been able to re-establish our presence with both the executive and the legislative arms of government at both the national and state levels of our country. We undertook courtesy calls to honorable ministers, the clerk of the National Assembly, and we had personal discussions with 14 state governors across our country to drive home the need for the architecture and architecture to be taken seriously in our national development agenda. As you are aware, we also had cause to recognize and introduce what we call the annual architecture awards, in which the Senate President was one of the recipients, and he did pledge to carry on the battle on our behalf in the legislative branch. In the area of advocacy, we have carried out message championing good architecture across our country. In addition, our reinvigorated Benevolent Fund has been effective in providing support for our citizens in vulnerable communities, especially even during the COVID lockdowns, while also caring for our own members who are in need. We will be launching, or at least promoting, the Benevolent Fund as part of this ceremony. And I'm aware there are some lists that we have to promote them. At the maiden edition of the Architecture Annual Award, the evidence of our gradual ascent to national relevance was captured in the well-attended gathering and speeches delivered by the illustrious awardees. On the international scene, the Nigerian Institute of Architects was able to pull more than its fair weight. We undertook the regularization of all our global affiliations by ensuring that we are financial and up to date. I wish to seize this opportunity to express my heartfelt gratitude to our respected past president in the person of architect Olufemi Majekudumi, past president of the Institute, past president of the International Union of Architects, the first black man to have that hold that enviable position, who not only on that occasion came to the rescue by offsetting all our standing dues, but also our liabilities to the remaining affiliate bodies, namely the Commonwealth Association of Architects, who are actually requesting us to even host them next year, and the African Union of Architects, where we have produced 2 presidents. The Institute is in the process of recalibrating its member strength statistics with our international affiliate bodies to enable us to enjoy proportionate delegate allocations during key events. And you will see and hear why shortly. These engagements are already yielding huge dividends. I wish to recognize the collective will of not only the Executive Council, but its membership for rallying around the clock in the actualization of victory for our own Architect Tokunbo Omishore, FNIA, past president of the African Union of Architects, who contested a position of vice president of the World Body of Architects, the International Union of Architects, and indeed was elected on the 26th of July 2021. The second rider to that, which is even more interesting, is that another Nigerian, who this time representing the Americas, also emerged as a vice president of the International Union of Architects. So we have two Nigerians among only 8 members from around the world determining the fate of architecture on this globe. A hearty congratulations to the NIA, and we feel very proud that this is happening in our time. Distinguished colleagues, I'm further happy to report that the Nigerian Institute of Architects registers its first foreign presence with the inauguration of the NIA UK section on July 27, 2021 at the Nigerian High Commission in London, United Kingdom. And I was privileged to hand over the charter to our colleagues in the UK, and we hope they are doing very well. We were part of our council meeting yesterday, and they are also following this online. So we congratulate NIA UK, and we are sure NIA USA and NIA Germany that we are coming soon. Locally, we also completed the cycle of registration and inauguration of state chapters with the Yobe State Chapter of the Institute, which was inaugurated, marking the full presence of the Nigerian Institute of Architects across the entire 36 states of the Federation, as well as the FCT. So we are a truly national body, and we have our footprints throughout the length and breadth of this country. I'm confident in the future growth of the Institute. I'm also, because of my hope, that the next Executive Council, led by my brother, Architect Ni Benevolent, will build on the foundation of the last 2 years to further propel the Institute to greater heights. The last 2 years have been the most humbling one for me as your president. I have had the honor of not only serving as a president, but doing so while working with a team that has pulled its fair weight, and I'm grateful for the support that I have received not only from my council, but also from the entire membership of our great institute. I did promise the council, because we have elections coming up, I will not be talking about the special roles played by key members of my EXCO today, but Saturday will be a good time of not influencing the elections, and I will be able to acknowledge those who contributed immensely to the success of our tenure. Meanwhile, I want to thank the honorable ministers. I know what is happening in the country right now, and for sparing their time to come to grace this, to the honorable Minister of Mines and Steel for declaring it open, and for the honorable Minister of Education for launching what I consider one of our most important national contributions, recording our architectural heritage for future generations, not only of architects and the built environment, but those who are interested in the future growth and prosperity of our nation. Long live the Nigerian Institute of Architects, long live the Federal Republic of Nigeria. I thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Mr. President. I think at this point we're going to take the address by the Vice President, Region 5, International Union of Architects, our own very dear architect, Tokunbo Omishore, fellow Nigerians of Architects. Please play his address. Please, the library and publication.
Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, sponsors, media, and all protocols observed, I am the chapter member of the Royal Institute of British Architects, fellow of the Nigerian Institute of Architects, honorary member of the American Institute of Architects, a trustee, past president of the African Union of Architects, and recently Union of International Architects Vice President, Region 5, the African continent. I congratulate our institute for 61 years of existence, and as the founder of all architectural bodies within our nation. The Union of International Architects President, Joseph Louis, and the council members congratulate the Nigerian Institute of Architects on this celebration of existence. For those unaware, the Union of International Architects, otherwise known as UIA, was inaugurated on 28 June 1948 to unite the architects of the world through a federation of the national organizations. The UIA has 150 member countries from every continent. I'm sure a few are eager on what is to be said on rebranding. Will it be a wake-up call, or one provocative, or condemnation of what is assumed to be constitutional and the tradition? Progress is impossible without change, and those who cannot change their minds cannot change anything. At 61 years, this keynote speech is a call to revamp our institute's operations to leadership, customer services, to our membership, and marketing to make our institute more relevant to all and provide opportunity. We need to change an outdated image and promote growth, locally and internationally. Considering my limitation for time, let's commence on moving forward. How do we improve our performance globally? I'm happy to report that President Samir John Edmund listened and acted on all suggestions to be elected as the UIA Vice President in 5. Our very first time now to nominate many to the UIA Board. Having commenced this rebranding, the UIA President Joseph Louis and myself who swore to the Nigerian Institute of Architects participation in the UIA General Assembly Bill Declaration to make 2022 the UIA Year of Design for Health. This initiative will encourage architects and clients to use evidence-based designs to promote health in buildings and cities. The Design for Health will develop the following: launch and open access digital information on designing for improved health, benefiting all nations. 2. Establish an international research agenda to advance the goals of designing for health, support the creation of resources that will help architects research in designing for health. Our commitment and contribution to this brainstorming to the UIA Year of Design for Health will help to develop this specialized member group on health for our nation, the region, and the global community. As the foremost architectural body of the nation, the new world order expects our participation and contribution to the UN's new arts and progress of development. On this note, I will briefly report on the UIA Region 5 Green Wall Initiative proposal that was initiated by the African Union in 2007 to develop one of the most inspiring and expedient ambitions of the contemporary 21st century to create an 8,000-kilometer long leading green belt across the entire breadth of this Savannah desert region, from Senegal to Djibouti. The Great Green Wall promises to be a compelling solution to the many urgent threats not only facing the African continent, but the global community, notably climate change, drought, famine, conflict, and migration. The multilateral and multidimensional program intends to preserve local heritage and restore the natural shelter belts of the ecosystem. Our environmental benefits include food security and poverty elimination. The Great Green Wall Initiative will stimulate wealth creation and enhance well-being across the vulnerable farmland communities on the continent. Of the 17 UN Sustainable Development Goals, the Great Green Wall has satisfied 15, with the exceptions of 2. The 11th being the sustainable cities and communities, and of course the 14th life below water. Since the inception of the Great Green Wall Initiative, 11 countries in the sub-Saharan Africa were selected as intervention zones, namely Burkina Faso, Chad, Djibouti, Eritrea, Ethiopia, Mali, Mauritania, Nigeria, Senegal, and Sudan, with a total of 156 megahectares contributed today by the countries mentioned. The Great Green Wall Initiative aims to reforest 100 million hectares of degraded land, remove 250 million tons of carbon, and create at least 10 million new jobs by 2030. The UIA Region 5 Great Green Wall team, led by my myself, comprises of heads of schools serving as coordinators from the 5 regions of the African continent: South Africa, Nigeria, Tanzania, Congo, and Egypt, and 2 collaborating schools of architecture from Greece, the AUT, and the Royal Danish Academy in Denmark. Recently, the team developed the theme of this proposal, unleashing the sustainable development goal potential of the Great Green Wall Initiative through architecture. This theme will unlock the potential of Africa's untapped intellectual wealth, nature and architecture, research and development of the use of local materials to ensure affordable development, most especially housing for sustainability. Our relevance to the Great Green Wall will initiate by embracing unity. Let us adopt the philosophy of the late Sheikh Zayed. Being Sultan al-Watan that quoted, unity is the way to strength, honor, and the community. As one of the foremost professional bodies in the country, I humbly request that the NIA leadership be shown through unifying all to become a federation of architectural bodies. This concept was adopted by architects of South Korea and others, where the Federation of Institutes of Korean Architects, FITA, represents the different interests of the Korean architects, locally, and most especially internationally. I recall being one of those young members of the NIA Council that promoted our built yearly exhibition of materials, components, and finishes of our building industry. While this being projected and provided funds for the NIA, perhaps it is time to review its relevance and opportunities in relation to customer services rendered to whom and for whom. Maybe the architect should become an entity to be more relevant, especially to develop and promote the R&D, research and development of the nation, our continent's local materials and architectural education through partnership with others globally. As said by Jack Canfield, change is inevitable in life. You can either resist it and potentially get run over by it, or you choose to cooperate with it, adapt it, and learn how to benefit from it. When you embrace change, you will begin to see it as an opportunity for growth. I thank you all for this opportunity.
This is the moment we've been waiting for. We want to call on our very dear architects and deputies to declare the BGM open. Honorable Minister Sir. Thank you.
It happens to be everybody's bosses today, being the president of Nigerian Institute of Architects. So forced to all of us gathered in this hall. America, thank you so much. Our father, past president, former minister, all the accolades, energetic and effervescent architect Gabriel Yacob. Thank you for coming, sir. Other members of the ITM, distinguished fellow architects. It's nice to be here again this afternoon. I don't know whether it's my place to apologize for starting so late, but I think it will also help that we're having this at this time. It's always nice to be gathered around professionals like most of them. And of course, sorry, I must have missed out other professionals that are here from other professions in the built environment. You're also welcome to this BGM. This is an election year, and I can see the smart architecture we're talking about, the change we're talking about. It's already manifested in the way we're going to do the election this year. Technology is taking over, and there's been a lot of canvassing electronically, and I'm sure very soon we'll have the results. And there won't be, I'm not satisfied with INEC in this case. The architects are people of integrity who all accept those who come through in the electronic voting, and of course the winners will be who embrace the sporting business. On that note, without further ado, I would like to declare open the 61st Annual General Meeting and the 2021 BGM of the Nigerian Institute of Architects. Thank you so much and welcome.
Walked in. So I want to respectfully invite him to the high table. Architect Ibrahim Haruna, fellow Nigerian Architect, past president of Nigerian. He equally came in with one of our very distinguished architects. We introduced him in the morning, sir would likely to come to the high table again. He was a two-time past honorable minister. He is a fellow of our great institute. He is not the president there. Architect Musa Sada, CON, NIGERIAN. I'm sure that non-architects here were envious. They will know the architects are really blessed. We're everywhere, serving a great nation, serving the world. Thank you and God bless you, sir, for coming. At this point, I want to invite our dear President, our amiable President, Architect Sami Estiecheno, to handle the book launch. Mr. President. Whenever our President is coming, I think we should just of Education. When it has to do with food, no other person will do it better than the permanent secretary of Ministry of Education. Give him another round of applause.
Thank you, Chioma Yaro of the Institute. May I invite the Chairman, Library and Publications Committee of our Institute, Ms. Gerald Obongi. Copies of Volume 1 and Volume 2, Volume 1 and Volume 2 of what I call legacy documents, contributions of the Nigerian Institute of Architects, Nigeria's history, Nigeria's education, the architecture of Nigeria. And to do the honors for this country as part of our efforts to record every step in our path, the course of developing this country, is somebody who by nature has a track record of commitment to Nigeria's tomorrow based on the deep knowledge of our traditions and the pathways and lessons that we have learned our past. I have very special honor, and it is my privilege to invite the Honorable Minister of State for Education, Honorable Dr. Chukwuemeka Nwajima.
Thank you very much, Mr. President of the NIA, our foremost institute for architects, and through him to recognize all the sterling members of the high table and those who are also sterling and shining actually on the not so elevated table. For my big brother, the Minister of Solid Minerals, has opened the floor when he said this congregation, he has declared it open, and he referred to all of us as fellow architects. I was hoping he would say fellows, but there's no fellows. But we can leave it at fellow architects. Because in fact, sometimes when I used to draw, I was suspecting I was working on it until I met the president. I'm glad to report that I was here 2 years ago when he assumed office. And I was delighted that I have the honor to work with him. In fact, I'm really disappointed. I didn't know it was for just 2 years. When he told me that it was coming to an end, I said, so soon. And like he said in his speech, a year of it ravaged by COVID, where we had all these lockdowns. But the training that the architectural profession has, the building came shining through as we designed the metrics for reworking health education and its deliverability across the length and breadth of the diverse geospatial nature of Nigeria became a model for many countries. And I deeply thank you. So it is not for nothing that I've been invited to look at this wonderful presentation. First, not just will it become just an encyclopedia and a compendium of what it is the architectural profession has offered to Nigeria across the years. For us at the Ministry of Education, it becomes a resource manual for us to deliver the same and help young minds who are incubating ideas that then govern our built environment as to how this whole process over the years have culminated into what it is that we see and feel today. Some of them I'm really excited by. But many of the people who are the actual architects, or the ones that I'm really excited by, they are my contemporaries, and many of them I've been trying to find out, and some of them, their names are not, and their father's name is not available. So I recognize that those architects whose names are not, and their father's name is available, are like people like us. So, truly speaking, if you look at what it is that the colonial building in Calabar looked like, and how Volume 2 will now present us with what is contemporary in this bespoke nature, you will admire the architectural profession. When we were in school, we used to admire only the girls. Now we admire what they produce. Because both of them are beautiful. You know, when you're young like that, they were very sterling. And when they produce things like this, they're very sterling. This is a government of change, and you have heard that Bishop said that those who cannot change their minds cannot change anything. So our work at the Ministry of Education is to continuously change your mind. And today, I believe that these books, this accumulated work, and this extensive work that you've done, represent for us something that must get to every student in Nigeria, in all of our Nigerian universities. All our The Minister of Education, Madam Adamadamu, my elder brother, is unavoidably out of the country, and I will have and use our imprimatur of this ceremony to say that we're going to take copies to all of the tertiary institutions that are government. I don't know how much that will represent, but I'm going to use my power as the boss in the ministry to tell the PAMSEC to not overwrite the checks. So I am sure that the Institute of Architects won't get anything less than 10 million of this.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you. We heard. He says 10 million. Thank you very much. God bless the Honorable Minister. And our other special guests on the high table. I'm yet to do the honors of presenting the audited copy to my brother, the Minister, from Mines and Steel. I'll do so. I also want to encourage everybody who is here. This is something that must grace your library. I don't know the format we want to take. Do we do it informally? We want one or two people who want to come and launch the book, or we can do it informally as members of the profession. What is the take? Let us do it informally, but please, no architect should go home without these 2 volumes. I can assure you, riding on what the Honorable Minister has said, I'm going to get other agencies in the education sector, including even private institutions, to subscribe to this book. I thank you very much.
You said something about the girls in the School of Architecture. So I know it wasn't flesh and blood that told you that word. It was a spirit. And if you look around, it's a common thing in architecture. Both men and women are super fine. Am I lying, sir? Look around the high table, all the architects with it. Please let's give him another round of applause. My president has directed that the book launch will continue, and he has mandated me to tell all of you, you don't leave this hall without taking a copy. And once you take a copy, drop your check. We have our POS. We'll check you. You pay the money, but everybody must reconvene in the evening. For the next program, it will be at night. Use your program, the program of events. So, but for this session, whatever process. Yeah.
As you know, I'm the past president of 1993 to 95. I'm the past president of the African Union of Architects. Secretary General of Architects, Registrar, African Council of Nigeria, so many other, but good planning, I was past president. That's the hardest job I ever get as an architect. Sometimes thankless, but I used to carry that honor. And I'm now acting dean of the College of Fellows. So welcome everybody.
Are you married?
I'm married, yes, married.
You like trouble.
I'm married to a golfer. I'm an architect. My first one is an architect. And many golfers, grandchildren, married. Oh, they're married. All my children married. And doing well. And I thank God for everything. By the way, a tree fell on my house on Monday. True. And that's why I couldn't come in here. Luckily, nobody died. A lot of destruction, but I thank God. It didn't work for them. So I'm here. Sorry I came in late. I was at the airport since 9 o'clock. Trying to catch a flight from here. We didn't take off until 2 o'clock. And the flight meant for 11 o'clock. Took off for the flight of 9 o'clock. So that is how Nigeria runs their own nation. But I'm happy to be here with you. And there's nothing I love more than having banters with colleagues at this level. I'm happy that I'm not into council with all these tough reports and all that. I like this one because there's no order. There's order in disorder. There's an element of disorder, but there's order. And I can crack my jokes and have my fun and then leave without any consequences. Because if you ask me if I said anything after this job, I will deny it. I was not even there, I didn't even assuming. So I'm happy to be here. And I hand over for a quick ceremony. I think we want to just approve the title for the last 2 years. And like I said, my economy could not make it. And this is the second time I'm signing up for this place. And I'm getting tired of it. I like it causing trouble rather than being here trying to be organized, which I'm not. I don't want to be organized again. That's left the presidents to do. The last time I tried to be organized in this hall was when he wanted to be president, and there was so much Ugamoga, but I think we resolved it. And we've had a fantastic president in the place of architecture. So please give me a round of applause. I've done very well. I'm sorry I couldn't attend any of your fiscal meetings. At my age, you have to be very much afraid of the witches in the village blowing smoke, keep chalk, and then you dodging it from the church, with Holy Communion, and sometimes someone can just catch you. So this thing they call I don't want to call it name, because that also is a dangerous thing to call. This new thing they've invented is aimed at past presidents. I'm told it was designed in China to aim at past presidents of Nigerian architects, and they will not succeed. We will dodge it until we dodge it for a long time, until we have dodged it permanently. So something happened. I pray that we'll have a good AGM on Saturday, but I'll be there to make sure that we have fun. And I don't want any, so that we should try and have fun. That's what I stand for. Elections come, elections go. The most important thing is Nigerians are actors, and we are friends and brothers. And I will always ensure that if I'm there and God spares my life to Saturday, is there any plan against me here? I'll make sure that just as I did for you, that there's order. Like they say where I come from, not where I come from, where I stay from. I mean where I stay at. Stay in. I mean where? Stay in. Lagos. I'm not on, that's different. Where I'm staying at, that's Lagos. Let's talk about because life is really short, brutal, and it's not nice to have so much but I hold the front money because very well. Let's see how hands I am. Because I don't laugh but I laugh a lot. It makes me happy. And my golf is very good. And I have only one wife. Yes, yes, that's small. That's Pennsylvania. I was born in Ghana, by the way. So that's nobody can cheat me in outside. Not even in Igbo or Yoruba. But in Yoruba, you are dead. You try and worry boys will take you inside one button like that. So we have only one item because it's past time. To pass a motion with the acceptance of the way we work as a college. It's been on for as long as we leave it, and so we have interim officers, so we can have that, and we can now go away and can have some fun. Is there anything for tonight? Anything tonight? It's only rest. What's function?
I'm going to be taking permission very soon. I did announce.
No, I'd like to stand to tell the function. I'm not president here.
That's what I'm
talking about. What the function is saying quick.
A wage keep for one of our members, member of this college.
I can command you here, you know that?
I know, sir. You not only here.
I mean, you know. Not for this one. Yes.
Architect Izundu, the late architect Izundu, his wage is ongoing as I speak, and it's very right and proper as president. I go with a few, my advanced party are already there, so I'll be going with a few members there very shortly after the dean's. Thank you.
So, before you go, let's observe 1 minute silence in remembrance of the day of the jolly. It was a very jolly fellow. In 1 minute silence. May the ever joyful and happy soul of our member and fellow rest in perfect peace. Amen. And may the angels escort him to the bosom of the Lord. Jesus' name we pray. Amen. Okay, so do we approve it?
I have not seen it.
Let me circulate it.
It was circulated online. We have circulated more than 5 times in the 6 years we have held this. And the problem is always that we have not seen it. And when we go, it becomes another thing. So today, we're bent on appealing to you. Let's end this. This assignment was given to us for 5 months. Now today is exactly 6 years. We have the document 6 years ago. So at Makadi, the dean, the speech she sent, he appealed because it was not a meeting, it was a dinner. So he gave the chronicle of what happened. So, and we didn't have any serious meeting. Okay, we didn't have any serious meeting except this. If we miss this chance, I remember the last meeting of the BGM where the president was elected. We are indicating our willingness to step down. But unfortunately, we have a guy as the chair.
We can't hear you, sir.
You can hear me?
Let me help you. Because people are tired. Sit down, please. You are popular. Please, we've seen this 6 times over 6 years. And there has not been any, the last time it was, there was no serious consultation, amendments, whatever. So I would like to call on somebody to move that we approve, what do you call it now?
Manual procedure for the college.
Manual of procedure for the college. You can always amend later on, if you have anything, but let us at least have a manual, some kind of document for this college. And if you agree with me, I will ask President to move the motion and have a voice vote, and then can now make it a permanent manual that cannot be printed for everybody. And I give you my word that the next AGM, we won't meet again. If there are any substantive, significant, what the other word they use now, very relevant, and then we'll take it and do the needful. Is that agree with principle? Yes. Can somebody more than the president? No, more than somebody who you cannot object to later. Mr. President, please move. And then second, let's go on.
The Dean of the College, our dear colleagues, I have a move a motion that we approve the guiding document that will govern our affairs in the college, that stipulates the procedures and the outline of the institutional framework that governs our association. I so move.
Very good. Any second, please.
Yes, I do.
Seconded
by Architect Ibrahim Haruna.
Can you give a round of applause? Any counter motion?
None, the contrary.
Can we therefore vote on this motion that was moved for the record by Architect Selection President, seconded by Architect Ibrahim Haruna, past President, that the document which is the controlling manual procedures of this college for our use. So help us God. Yes. Can I have the guys have it? A show of hands then. I think you're not voting there. Any against? Any abstention? Can the government be not therefore? Yes. Therefore, the secretary is empowered to bring it to our secretary.
Yes, sir.
Just
the word, sir.
Yes.
Thank you very much, sir.
There will be on the agenda.
There's no agenda without it. You want to retract those words, Architect Olubade Mosi?
I said there will be on the agenda. I'm supporting you.
Yes, sir. I just wanted to say it's a good thing that we're meeting as fellows. Sir, and to observe that as fellows, we're elders in the Institute, and a lot is expected of us. And so our visibility and activities should not just be at this kind of gathering. We all come from chapters where we're supposed to be playing very active roles. If you look at the Treasurer's reports many times, you'll see a lot of fellows owing dues. And I think this is very embarrassing. And this is an opportunity for us to talk to ourselves. We should not be owing. We should be very, very current with our dues.
Everybody is current. So you are trying to wrong crowd.
No, sir. No, let me continue, sir. I need to say this because this is something we have seen. Many of them are not here. But maybe we'll be able to take the message back. And sir, I think also that in activities of the chapters, because we see some people just get fellowships, after that we don't see them anymore. I think they need to support their chapters and we should insist on this. Finally, sir, some chapters have issues. Sometimes you wonder, do they not have fellows in those chapters? Could there not be some intervention with these fellows? These are my few words. Thank you.
Well, I think very well. But we just actually formally established this manual. So I think if we have this manual, and the manual has enough, all what you are saying are embedded in this manual. So all we can say, therefore, and allow me to just make a closing remark, that these manuals, when you get them, let's act on them at state chapter level, at even sub-regional levels. Let the chapter, let this feel the presence of fellows in their presence. Is that good English? Presence in their presence. In their midst. So I think by the time we separate this, can I have your, are you fellows? Hello, I'm talking. I'm still having a private conversation while the fellow is talking to the fellows. Okay, I'm not doing this. Them asking whatever. So So, the procedures will be separated. Please read them and let's act as fellows in our various areas where we live in accordance with what is embedded in the procedures. I think that's good enough. So can we now I like that man white to the other end there. That is you.
I actually will move for a judgment after exhausting the agenda. I accept Salam F337. Hereby move for adjournment of the meeting. After exhausting the agenda.
Okay, can somebody from here? That is very noisy corner. That place, that area there. The noisiest place to please. I'm only having fun, so don't mind me. Is someone here? Are you class monitor? Where's someone? He didn't introduce himself to about late.
I didn't introduce myself as well.
You are late, okay, you are very late. Go ahead. Second, the motion for adjournment.
That's what I'm about to say. Hi, Chairman.
We know you.
F5458. I second the motion for adjournment.
So, we move. Thank you very much. No, it's no motion. I thank you all for coming. And I hope you have a great AGM. God bless you all. Please give me a round of applause.
They have given me 5.
Now they are selling vehicles.
Session, like I told you earlier, we're going to merge the two sessions, so we just finish it in one sweep. And that session will be chaired by architect O.P.A. Ladegan. Is he here? I thought I saw him just now. Fitzgerald. Ladegan is going to chair today's session. While we are waiting for him, let's just read through the order of presentation. Integrated Infrastructure Development Master Plan for Nigeria, and also the chair of the Continuous Development Program. Please, one round of applause for him. So after him, the next paper will be presented by architect Evelyn Alu Katagu. Is she around? On global sustainable architectural trends, top three trends in Nigeria and their implications. After that, we will take a presentation by Ezekiel. by Deserting Nigeria Limited. I don't have to look for them. Deserting Nigeria Limited. The ones that are here. Presentation. So in the meantime, so that we don't waste too much time, Ladega as chief.
Infrastructural development. So I will begin to present on the conference now, because the conference we are proposing, which will come sometime next year, is to address how we as architects will be able to synchronize with the National Development Plan and indeed the Federal Government Plan towards a successful development agenda for the entire country. The Council of the Institute has approved a conference proposed to showcase the architects and architecture in transforming our towns and cities into world-class cities that can boast or boost the image of the country and harness their tourism potentials, while also seizing the opportunity for development and transformation of the built environment and generating employment opportunities and making Nigeria a regional hub and destination of choice. The conference themed the Nigerian architects and national development and the making of world-class cities is expected to project the role of the architect in national development and more particularly in view of the national agenda. The conference, in anticipation of bridging the urban infrastructure gap, will attract world-class architects, urban designers, developers, renowned opinion leaders in the built environment sector, coming into a roundtable to discuss how architecture has been deployed in transforming other cities and economies, showcasing examples and preferring strategies of how to make it happen in an even greater dimension in the Nigerian case. The conference will attract top government functionaries, policy makers, captains of industries, not-for-profit organizations in the built environment sector, and to parley and identify potentials for our built environment transformation into world-class cities. The conference is capable of exciting and awakening the innovative potentials of the Nigerian architects, stimulating foreign investment in the built environment, infrastructure, which will translate into jobs and wealth creation, not only for the architects, but for other related and connected disciplines and endeavors, and more the built environment professionals. Now, the second part of my presentation is the making of world-class cities, definition and benefits of world-class cities. A world-class city is a major international destination with well-laid out infrastructure facilities. It is an international commercial center and an important node in the global economic system. Such a city has a high relevance as well as the capacity to influence the global economy with a greater impact. In these days of globalization, it is most desirous to stimulate our hitherto undeveloped cities to meet global standards. Globalization, which is facilitated by strategic and geographical locations of importance to global economic system, has high correlation to infrastructural development, investment, opportunities, as well as technology. Thus, the benefit of world-class cities are not far-fetched as they become centers of attraction, especially in relation to international tourism, foreign investment, wealth transfer, enhanced infrastructure, and much more. And a very good example of that is Dubai. Before Dubai, London was the financial capital of the world. But that means all the transactions you do that was done previously were entirely done from London. If you have not connected to London, as it were in the past, you were not linked to the financial system. And then Dubai came up, and it became the hub for the Eastern Bloc. And Dubai is a very important and great story for today. So outlook and examples of world-class cities. Globally, several cities have been rated world-class, most of which are developed and emerging world economies. The outlook of futures of world-class cities can be observed in many forms, of which architecture is primary, while cross commercial trade, investment, innovation, technology, quality of life, sustainability, sustainable and infrastructure development are all integral in the making of any global city. World-class cities of the old economic giants, based on global standards, include New York, London, Paris, Tokyo, Sydney, and many others. With their continuous relevance in the global economy. However, Dubai, Hong Kong, Singapore, Shanghai, Moscow, among others, are called as the world-class cities of the New World. As a result of their high potentials and great contributions to the global economy. Dubai is a good example of an emerging world-class city, which has grown to be a focal point of attraction, and especially in tourism generally. It continues to have growing impact and relevance globally. Well, we're sending out some forms, so you'll be able to appreciate this later. How Dubai has transformed from a small coastal fishing town to a big commercial center. Realization of world-class cities and the role of the architects. Cities of most of the advanced nations of the world are instantly recognizable by the essence and the quality of the architecture, which has been well used to redefine the identity of the hitherto unknown and inconsequential locations, turning them into tourists, attractions, and preferred destinations on the tourism map of the world, which in turn contributes to the socio-economic standing of such nations. Architecture also helped to forge national identities, like in the Chinese cultural identity. Chinese buildings are well known all over the world, and anywhere you see Chinese building, that's the Chinese building. Well, we also have a lot of them here too, our palaces and many more. Chinese cultural buildings and will be driver of wealth creation through construction activities and innovation design. In all these prospects and possibilities, the role of the architect cannot be overemphasized. In view of the vision of National Integrated Infrastructure Development Master Plan agenda, therefore, Nigeria is expected to join the world economy powers and claim the relevance in the global economy soonest. In the bid to those relevant, Nigerian cities need to be likewise upgraded to quality as world class. As it were, the only city in Nigeria that probably has attained between 10 to 15% of relevance as a world class city is Abuja. All the other cities do not present this kind of identity. This is the essence of the proposed conference, which comes up sometimes next year by God's grace. Now, what are infrastructures? I'll be giving you some more definition of infrastructure, but basically, infrastructure can be divided into two broad categories. You have physical and organizational infrastructures, which comprise of housing, transportation, industries, water resources, power, solid minerals, sports, facilities, aviation, tourism, communication, education, textile, steel, healthcare, oil and gas, and defense and security. And the social and economic infrastructures are the necessary support systems for putting the physical infrastructures to the utmost use. And they include transportation. You can't have effective transportation without airport, for instance, without a seaport, without train or bus terminals, and so on and so forth. So you have the social and the economic infrastructures moving around to create the economy. Telecom, tourism, social services, culture, technology, sports, and recreational facilities as well. And I'll just give a right on the recreation. During the recent conference we had on the Wood Expo, the Emir of Kefi made a very important point and say, our forests are being occupied by bandits. Why can't we turn them to recreation destination? So that's a major thing that we all have was taken away from here. So we should see our forests more like recreation places rather than just a place to have it criminals. Okay. Well, benefits arising from employment of, and deployment of architecture, they include creating national identity for Nigeria, wealth creations, homogeneous cities, and social integrations, social economic transformations. Then there will be reduced crime because it will be easy to make connections within the cities. The healthcare will be improved, and so on and so forth. I want to give some examples of how architecture has improved lives. You have the Dubai example. The clips have been sent around, so you will have seen what Dubai was so many years ago, probably 50 years ago. And today, every one of us know Dubai either physically or through television or clips. The South African example. South Africa from the creation of the cities to rival the Europes, to decent low-cost housing, and they have done very well in their housing estate. And a number of previously disadvantaged black majority have a place to stay in. And South Africa was actually the originator of the shopping malls, which is coming to Nigeria today. Shopping malls is about 35 years old in South Africa. And the reason for shopping malls in South Africa was primarily security. A place where all the whites would go in a secured location to do their shopping and move into their houses. So they move from one box to the other without being humiliated. But today it has become a brand which South Africa gives to the world. And Nigeria is rushing for it, by the way. Las Vegas was created by the Americans. Americans had quite a lot of deviants in the past, and they needed a place to sort them out. So Las Vegas was created, and they said, you all move into that place, go and do all the gambling you want to do there, nobody's going to arrest you, but launder your money if you want to launder your money. But you pay tax of 60%, and the guys were very happy to do that. So, but for the government, they were able to recycle the money back into the system. So that's the reason for creation of Las Vegas. So you see how architecture can be very powerful in doing that. Bangladesh, where architecture was used as an effective tool of poverty alleviation. There's a very great, renowned economist, Muhammad Yunus. Muhammad Yunus was a fantastic orator. I came across him about 10 years ago during one of the African the UIA conferences. And Muhammad Yunus has successfully deployed architecture to transform his communities. And in fact, was able to solve a very critical problem by encouraging the small households, you know, in the custody of the women of Bangladesh. You have the Caribbean example, and then Singapore, the city-state. We all know that Singapore came out of Malaysia, and both of them are success stories today anyway. But Singapore has used a lot of architecture, and I think they have one of the best communities in the world, including their airports. The Chinese is a well-known architectural standard across the world. Morocco has also done the same thing. We went for a conference, the AUA conference in Morocco some time ago. And one of the strategies the country used was, when you take a flight, you must go to Marrakesh. Marrakesh was like a tourism destination. So all flights moving into Morocco must terminate at Marrakesh and come back. And they built a nice community for themselves to deplete their Arabian architecture. So towards effective deployment of architecture, the government has set an agenda, as earlier stated, and that's what we need as professionals, to identify, understand the government agenda, and key into it. The government has said that 348.9 trillion, 348.7 please, trillion naira will be spent in the next 4 years to develop infrastructures. 85% of the development will be carried out by the private sector, and the government will do 15% of it. Who is the private sector? The money has to come from somewhere. The good news is that they have also set up a bank, the Franco Bank, and April of 2021, this year, Central Bank pumped 15 trillion naira into a Franco Bank to kickstart it. The operation of the bank is expected to take off April 2022. So where do we stand as architects and built environment professionals? We need to first of all understand the content and the context of government intentions. And I watched a program. The council has approved the going into this conference, and by that we're going to be setting up from now on the biggest consortium ever in the history of this country. The consortium will start first of all with the architects, what we put ourselves into the various sectors. Earlier on, I spoke about physical infrastructures. Physical and social infrastructures, as well as the integration of these infrastructures. Now, let's put this together. I will give a brief of how we are going to make the world-class cities. The world-class city, which you say is the major destination, and the outlook that we will describe earlier on, and the realization of that. So, with the forming of the sectorial committees, we have set up a full program. The conference is estimated to be the first week of October 2022 to coincide with the World Habitat Day. The committee will be meeting between January and February, and then during the month of March to April will be an interaction with the stakeholders of the National Development Plan. We have set aside 8 to July for these programs, and then by August, all the reports of various interactive programs will come together. Then September will be the harmonization, and all the principal attendees. We have a job to do to move our country forward, but at the same time, we have a lot of everything there. This conference, towards this conference, all the preparation that we took in place will enable capacity building, will enable us to get attached to all the various sectors, and we will be able to deliver on the mandates. And then hopefully the National Development Plan and the 2021 to 2025 will be a guaranteed success. So the health of a country's economy is measured by the GDP among others. Nigeria, despite all of us, is down. Back in recession all the time. But now we are going to be focused to redefine our agenda. So I call on everybody, please participate in this program, and let's make this a great success. Thank you very much. God bless.
Thank you, Mr. President. Let me
President, past President, the Executive Council, and fellow architects and distinguished guests. So let's make do with what we have. Well, the title in your program is slightly changed. So the title is Post-COVID-19 Global Sustainable Architectural Trends. Top 3 trends in Nigeria and their implications. So by way of introduction, let me just give a highlight of what the presentation is all about. So the global new normal, following the suspended lifestyle as a result of COVID-19 pandemic, has defined major trends in all spheres of human endeavors, and consequently the impact on the built environment is going to continue, and it will continually shape the activities of the built environment. The situation has therefore prompted the built environment professionals, and particularly the architects, to evolve new ways to provide services that will be functional, flexible, and healthy. So, If that is the baseline, then it means we need to know what's going on in research, because this work was conducted. I think many of you here participated in the survey in August that I passed around many platforms where architects are. So, in terms of discussion, the underpinnings are that these trends and changes take place, happen in place, in time, and architecture is known to propel growth and changes that determine a particular architectural trend. So these changes determine the trend, and by way of literature, a number of trends were recognized to have been in the system, in speculation as far as architecture is concerned. So this study is particular. What happens to the trends in architecture after post-COVID-19? So that's between 2020 and 2021. So it's a 2-year inquiry. And how did I go about it? Okay, so the study was to investigate and determine these new dominant trends in architecture within the last 20 years or 2 years globally, and then to ascertain the top 3 trends in Nigeria. So the results of the undertaking study conducted through an online surveillance across the 36 states of Nigeria between 30th August and 30th September 2021. A total of 156 architects participated. But when the question for your status, your registration status with NIA came up, only 150 indicated what their status were. So 6 were silent. And for us to be able to have a flare of what transpired, percentages were used to show a certain percentage said this is what to their mind or what they perceive as the trending, what is trending in architecture. So, but before then, the global trend for year 2020 and 2021 were established. So it was based on those 10 trends that were able to run the survey for the Nigerian context. So the global architectural trends included the following 10 areas: sustainable and green buildings, gated communities and towns. Number 3 was new materials and construction processes. So those are the kind of trends that we're seeing. And minimalizations and online remote design. That's talking about less is more. Then we have redevelopment and then adaptable use of spaces. So we have redevelopment. You find out that there's a project, there's a structure in place, probably because it's not being patronized because of the COVID pandemic. People have transformed those spaces to other uses, and we're going to look at how that was done. And of course, new social spaces and smart cities and internal spaces also, there was a trend that was running in that capacity. And then do-it-yourself landscape. Because people were now in lockdown, they were home, they were bored, they needed things to do. You find people going around the house, okay, what can I do with my space? A garden? Pot plants? So those became a trend during the lockdown time. And of course, there are these new ratings that are being developed because of the situation that we find ourselves, the new normal. And then a series of new facades came up. And amenity spaces and open spaces also became a trend where they've been. I wish you could see the way the reactions were. So we found out that for the 10 identified trends that we have identified, which do you think is more prominent or more visible globally? And they were rated. So of the people who participated, 85.5% were of the opinion that sustainable and green buildings were most visible globally. So I'll just go to the top and then make comments on them. And what came second, as far as the architect of Nigeria perceived globally, was new material and construction processes. So there were new materials, they were being used, were being developed and used globally, and that came second, about 69% of participants agreeing to that. And the third was new social and smart cities came third. The least out of the 10 was the new ratings. People, the architects who participated didn't so much believe that there was so much about the new ratings. And of course, many didn't even know what the IGBC ratings, that's the Indian Green Council rating system, was all about. So coming back home, say, okay, this is all about what happened globally. What about here with us, here in Nigeria? What do you think? Which are the top three, as far as we are concerned, that were visible, that we would see that these are the top three visible trends in architecture since COVID-19? About 82% suggested and perceived that it was new materials and new construction processes. And coming closely second was redevelopment of new spaces. And the third was gated communities and townships. So what is the implication of it? So we said if this came to top three visible architectural trends in Nigeria, what are the implications for Nigeria? What does that mean? What does that suggest? So for new materials and construction, we say new context also align with the global rising demand for new materials and construction that as indicated in the literature and the continued desire and expectations for more efficient and sustainable construction technology. Therefore, suggesting that new construction materials and construction processes need to align with the expectations of professionalism, the society, and the environment, and the environmental sustainability requirements. Therefore, the Nigerian architects must be conscious of these expectations in their practice. Now, going to the next most visible trend in Nigeria was the sustainable and green building. I would say the evolution of this trend was hinged on negative impact of climate change and the demand for sustainable built environment. It is therefore expected that sustainable green buildings must satisfy the requirements for the three pillars of sustainability, which are the environment, the economic, and the social well-being. So by implication, it means the Nigerian architect is to ensure compliance and to align with standards that promote sustainability, social well-being, and economy. we have to come to terms with the dynamics of the profession requirements that the architect must think outside the box and be able to join the first setters instead of becoming a follower. As it is no longer a brainer to expect that those things, those new trends will continue to evolve and unfold. So architects must provide services that will be of benefit even to the future generations. Thank you.
Let's give a round of applause. We are sorry for the continued performance of the system. All can see. If that is better. And this drink is here. Okay. Please let's do that and quickly too. On our brochure, improving internet and energy access in greenfield residential buildings in West Africa by Kendall Hanai, founder, CEO, NIGERIAN Limited. It's by Zoom, so.
So how are we thinking about it? How am I thinking about it? I'm going to take it back to how I started myself, where I was, that is it, I showed you the picture of I was driving home and I was asking myself, I like the way this is around 2010. I like the way construction industry solved the housing problem by building estates, by building more estates at the time, more schools, and that way putting infrastructure, nice roads in the estates, right, power, central power, right, and we can apply this kind of solution to internet itself, that we take small areas as a building business and then put internet infrastructure into those locations alongside where they're building or after they build we can then solve this problem for those people to that community. So I found this essentially providing internet for estates, and then from estate to estate, cover all of the estates and then we went into the and after we were like, okay, maybe we should take this outside of just estates, and so we started with the and from there we got from state to state, to states. And so using that small divide and conquer solution was how we're solving the internet problem. And so if you look at the telephone model that exists today, you build a tower similar to this one, but you have a generator there, you have a diesel tank, you have to drive a truck every 2 or 3 days to power that truck. The tower itself, the generator, is measured from running around. With what we've done, it's quiet, it's environmental friendly. You don't have to worry about how you're going to get diesel truck there. Also, worry about theft of diesel. And the same approach we're now seeing at almost home location, that we can do that, apply those same kind of thinking that's applied to power towers to, at the same time, we can build the right internet infrastructure for it that connects reliable internet to via fiber or wireless, and the same thing with solar infrastructure into the footage. And then implementing the solving that problem, taking those users out of the already congested network that we see that has been infrastructure has been shared. And solar power is great because a couple of years ago you would hear conversations. I'm talking to you about solar, like, oh, can you power my whole entire home? There's been improvements in capacity over time. So you have the panels that improved, remarkably, even the batteries that's been used to backup power has gotten better. And just like in our operations, it's noiseless. Everybody knows that you have a generator, no matter how noisy it is, telling everybody in the neighbors about when the generator, right? It's noisy, right? And with solar, there's minimal to almost no maintenance. Because, for example, when it rains, that basically takes out, it's really only problem you might have from time to time is dust. But once you run it, panels live forever, there's no moving parts. So the maintenance is really, really low. Right, and in Nigeria, I would say 9 months in a year, we have one that's all right, apart from being rainy season. But in that aspect, we still have a hybrid solution where in in the first 9 months anyway, it's dry. Solar is your primary source of power, and then you have a hybrid solution, so there's a little bit of power that helps and improve the uptime. And so, how do we improve energy access? One is capital. Yes, the battery backups, the inverter, the solar panels require some capital investment, but still way cheaper than what you spend on a generator and the running cost of a generator. And if you look at the cost at the beginning of when you're building a building, it's very small compared to the entire cost of building. The land alone, Lagos is very expensive, construction, whatever you want. But by the time you tack on just the solar panels and the battery, that cost is minimal to the total project cost of building a new one today. And technology, like I already said, is always improving. And so, over time, those costs of building the cost of building solar and the battery system, the economics are able to pay towards time. And there are a lot of companies, a lot of focus the skill, there's no problem with skill. It's not just solar panels, there's a lot of people that install solar panels and batteries and all that. So it's not something that requires sort of high-tech or some specialized skill into every building. And then acquire the customers. What is usually the problem in the past is when you partner with a developer, as the case may be, even when you put the infrastructure there, nobody tells the user when they move into their home that they have this, because they don't expect you. Again, they don't expect you to already have solar power or internet services available. So it's not just enough to install it. You should not, because there should be some market education, so as the user comes to your level, this one is solar ready, this one is a smart home, as the case may be, and these are the services that it now becomes second nature over time. And those things they're putting in at the system again to require maintenance, even though it's into maintenance. But we should also have some kind of agreement contract with someone to help maintain so that those customers can be happy with the infrastructure we're putting into. And so the next steps, I've said this a lot of times in every different way. Every new construction, let's have some panels installed. The way it's mandated in California State in the US, we should be taking it upon ourselves to do that. Then there's a lot of money chasing energy access and so on. So if we're coming to partner with investors to subsidize the capex of it too, even though you're passing it to the final client. And then partner with an ISP to control internet service. There's also some information that will be some kind of revenue share on an ongoing basis. And then all of this savings from partnering with the ISP and the energy access companies and investors and funding solar installation should pass it to the customer and be more competitive than the existing offers, because once the user already has solar in his home, wouldn't the regular power share power is not as dependent on it. And so there's a lot of cost savings from doing that and from cost to that. And the same with the movie that the kind of plans you get that is already predetermined and cheaper than what you can get. That's even is not as great from an existing provider, internet provider. Okay. Thank you everyone. The host.
Leading manufacturing company in Nigeria, and we're a member of the OSIM group. OSIM is the biggest concrete building and concrete solution company in the world. We are in over 70 countries in the world, and in Lafarge African PLC, our main objective is to develop products and solutions for the infrastructure development through the use of cutting-edge technology and research. In Lafarge, we pride as leaders of innovation we pride as leaders in innovation of products, innovative product space. And today I'll be talking about two of our recent innovative solutions. We have the Superfix, which is the ready-to-use premix style adhesive. It's made up of cement, fine aggregate, and organic and inorganic additives. Inorganic additives. It comes in 3 different variants. We have the Pro, we have the Basic, and we have the Premium. It's the ultimate styler's choice, and it's easy to use. It's fast, it's easy and efficient because you're just adding water and you're not soaking your tiles in water before you lay. It's also very good. The bonding strength is very strong, and it can also be applicable on tile and products. So when you have your level surface, get your Superfix mixed with water, and you apply using a hand towel on the surface. Check the consistency of the mix and use your non towel to spread to your desired thickness. You lay the tiles gently using your hand hamlet. Next slide. Okay, so in our
for laying. We also have the plaster. They are all ready to use. We have the screen, and we also have the waterproof plaster. All these products are ready to use. You just add water and you apply to the surface. Okay, this is just a pictorial representation of the traditional method and the ready-to-use product. Next slide. 3D. This is a big one for us. It's first in Nigeria. It's a 3D printing solution. So it's one of our innovative construction solutions that we have developed in Lafarge to support the effort of fulfilling the infrastructural development strategy in Nigeria.
Not even few. Let me call it.
And what is 3D printing? 3D printing is the method of creating three-dimensional objects through the use of computer-based technology. So I'll give you a brief benefit of the technology. It's reduced construction costs. So because of the less construction materials and the less labor in the workmanship involved, the cost is reduced. It supports the application of standard practice and prevents non-conformity in construction. It is environmentally friendly because of the less construction materials used, so you should expect less pollution. And I know architects are so interested to build a structure with different design, and this technology actually supports the different geometrical shapes in construction. Please, next slide. So permit me to display a picture showing the demonstration of 3D. Play.
And then we have another number of 3D printed houses in Nigeria and the other countries. Thank you very much. So we take the next paper. Please, can you screen the next paper? The next paper is on page 30. Internet of Things and Urban Architecture. Urban Architecture by
Good morning, everyone. Please permit me to stand on the existing protocol. I'm presenting a paper on Internet of Things and Urban Architecture. Our prof has actually laid the foundation, but it needs to improve architecture in Nigeria and our cities. So let me start with abstracts or quick summary of our paper. The Internet of Things is far and wide, essential in all things of our daily activities. Several cities around the world are encountering increased environmental pressure and infrastructure needs to make them more resilient to various challenges. Finding innovative ways to solve these emerging problems is imperative to adoption of devices that are self-reporting in real time, thereby increasing efficiency and bringing vital information to the surface more quickly than the system depending on human involvement. The aim of this paper is to review the contribution of Internet of Things to improve the quality of life and effective utilization of scarce resources in the urban architecture of Nigeria. The main research question is, can IO, Internet of Things, be used to improve the quality of life and allocation of limited resources in urban architecture in in the study location, precisely Lagos and Abuja. To achieve this research goal, the paper identified the concept and the relationship of three key background issues: Internet of Things, urban architecture, and smart city. The research approach is based on the comprehensive literature review and the study of existing research on Internet of Things, urban architecture, and smart cities. Using this research approach, the study identified the contribution, the future potential, and limitation of effective utilization of Internet of Things in the study area. The paper proposed and recommends structure, frameworks, and roadmap to improve urban architecture of Nigeria through adoption and practical application of Internet of Things. Internet of Things is a dynamic global network infrastructure with self-configuring capability based on standard and interoperable communication protocol, whereby physical and virtual things are identified. Physical attributes and virtual personalities are used intelligent interface and are seamlessly integrated into the information network. Cranbrook 2008. Internet of Things form the basis for what has become known as the fourth industrial revolution and digital transformation of business and society. Swap back to 2016. Now quickly let me make little explanation about this. We have first industrial revolution, which brings about mass production. We have second industrial revolution, which brings about electricity. We have third industrial revolution, which brings about digitalization. We have fourth industrial revolution, which is now talking about use of artificial intelligence and application of all this into making our cities more sustainable and making production and services more profitable, reducing cost of production, increasing efficiency without interference of human activities. So all this happens under the application of Internet of Things. It represents the rapid growing numbers of Internet-enabled devices that can communicate with each other, as well as transmit and receive data over a network, late 2014. According to the Network Enterprise and RFID and Micro and Nano System 28, Internet of Things can be described as things having identity and virtual personality operating in smart space using intelligent interface to connect and communicate with social, environmental, and user context. The Internet of Things being applied in a diversity of areas to address significant society's challenges. Adoption of technologies has become vital component in the creation of more efficient, sustainable, and resilient cities. Transformation through Internet of Things is becoming imperative for every city. The smart city concept promised to solve the most urgent queries of progressive urbanization in the area of mobility, energy, water supply, security, housing deprivation, and inclusion. I have an image here that shows application of Internet of Things, the urban city, the movement within our cities, most especially people that are familiar with Lagos. You can leave your house as early as 5 a.m. just because you want to catch up with an appointment. If you are going to avoid this, if we apply Internet of Things to tackle all these problems, our cities can become more sustainable and resilient like other advanced worlds. Now, I pointed out some problem of statement. In many Nigerian cities, congestion within urban areas restrict accessibility, bloating population leads to increase in crime rate, city centers are decaying without any program of rehabilitation. Most Nigerian cities are becoming non-resilient and unsustainable due to these challenges. It is imperative to adopt and crucial to adopt devices that are self-reporting in real time, therefore increasing efficiency and bringing vital information to the surface more quickly than the system depending on human involvement. The aim of this study, the principal aim of this research is to review the contribution of Internet of Things to improve quality of life and efficient utilization of scarce resources. Let me move to little descriptions about a brief history of Internet of Things. The presentation will not be complete if I did not mention Kelvin Ascom, a British technologist who also doubled as an innovator and consumer sensor expert, who coined the phrase Internet of Things and described the network connecting objects in the physical world to the Internet in 1990. The popularity of the Internet of Things did not accelerate until 2010 and 2011 and reached the mass market in early 2014. History of Internet of Things. The concept of connected device dated back to 1832 when the first electromagnetic telegraph was designed, allowing direct communication between two machines through the transfer of electrical signals. However, the true Internet of Things history began with the invention of the Internet in the late 1960s. The world first Internet of Things device was invented in the early 1980s at Carnegie Mellon University. The first international conference of Internet of Things was held in 2008 in Switzerland. Today there are more than 27 billion devices connected to the Internet of Things, which experts expected this number to rise to over 100 billion devices by 2030. Source from the Internet of Things. Importance of Internet of Things. The importance of Internet of Things help people to live and work smarter and as well gain complete control over their lives. EBRA 2017. In addition to offering smart device to automate home, Internet of Things is essential to business. Internet of Things provides business with real-time look into how their system works, delivering insight into everything from the performance of machine into supply chain and logistic operation. Filial 2020. Internet of Things enable companies to automate process and reduce labor costs. It also cut down on waste and improve service delivery, making it less expensive to manufacture and deliver goods, as well as offering transparency in customers' transactions. NIGERIAN 2018. As such, Internet of Things is one of the most important technology of everyday life and will continue to pick up streams as more business realize the potential of connect devices to keep them competitive. Now coming to urban architecture. Urban architecture includes the building made for urban settings, usually the high capacity buildings, explicitly for large or growing cities. In 2018, an estimated 55.3% of the world population lives in the urban settlement. By 2030, urban areas are projected to have 60% of people globally, and 1 in every 3 people will live in cities with at least 500,000 inhabitants. Source from the United Nations 2018. Urban architecture has become a vibrant and booming field of design. Special thoughts of this area of design are concerned with the practicality of cities' life, including high-capacity housing and workplace, harmony of forms and function, more recently energy-efficient design. Urban architecture provides the space and design principle to allow a lot of people to live and work nearby. And as at 2021, one new form of urban architecture gained popularity in some cities is the concept of multi-use building. In the age of telecommunication, the multifunctional buildings can provide both living space and private office for those who work from home. Combining this type of buildings with ground level commercial enterprises such as boutiques, restaurants, and grocery stores allow residents to live, work, and shop in the same building. Multi-use building characterize the efficiency of space. Needs not to be neglected. Many of the most famous structures in the world that is connected to urban architecture are the Federal Tower of Kuala Lumpur, the product of urban architecture. Urban development and problems in Nigeria. As of 2018, there are 9 million size cities, urban settlement, 10 million just this in conclusion. The housing needs will reduce because most of our buildings, not that they are not habitable, but they are not meeting up with the needs of immediate end users. So I want to submit on this note that government should assist in achieving application of government should plan to deliver sincere feel of sparsity in undergoing a big transition. New partners that were not traditionally part of this sector are involved. That is, government should carry everybody along as they plan their cities and as they make development. Smart city concept can help to solve all problems related to our development in Nigeria. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let's give him another round of applause. You'll agree with me about wonderful presentation. Now the next paper is one of the key note speakers. It's going to be online. So we still try our online facility.
From this conference, which will be discussed in a group discussion. We are combining what was discussed yesterday and today because we hold some topics. So if you have your pen, please take down the four headings. The first one, I will be the first one, green and sustainable design. Green and sustainable design, designing for the well-being of people. That's the first topic of discussion. And for that one, the chairman of that session will be Architect Ibrahim Haruna Ziba. Okay, the chairman of that green and sustainable designing for the well-being of people, Architect Bello. Can you share that? You can't. Architect Olaniwaju Godman. Can you share that group? Green and sustainable designing for the well-being of people. Okay? That's the first group. If you take it down. Then the second group, we are going to discuss the Internet of Things and urban architecture. That's the relationship between the Internet of Things and urban architecture. Who is going to lead that? Maybe we should work with volunteers. Who is going to chair that? Architect Agoha, can you chair that? Okay. Internet of Things and urban architecture. Well, that will be chaired by Architect Basil Agoha. Mind you, the groups, you will select your secretary, somebody who will put it down so that we will get you all come out and present your report prior to the communique. Then the third thing, smart architecture, exploring the frontiers of architectural practice. Smart architecture, exploring the frontiers of architectural practice. We are going to need a lady this time around. Madam, can you chair that committee for us? Hello. With the lady with the yellow dress. You can't? Okay. Do we have any volunteers that can share that? The lights on my eyes, so I can't even identify people. I can see them, they are free, but I can't identify them well. The gentleman beside Agua, who is he? Can you share that?
The younger ones can be and then the other thing is that to understand that it's not a one-man show. Like what they are doing now is part of the problem of this where till it is. And so let us start inviting people in electrical and electronics, people in computing, so that even if you start with discussing with them, and the level of implementation on your design, incorporation of your design is not much, but we can start from somewhere. So let's start from somewhere. Have that decision, take us and start from somewhere. So I think we can, our secretary can. The implementation
that were built in ancient times. How many years did they stay? So it's because this generation, we want span from there, this place. No pillar. Our training has taught us that the more span you add, the more modern. But the termites are not like that. So I think Africans should be thinking of this span thing.
Okay.
It is not
you should have your
way of living. We live in class clusters. We should learn from the termites. That's what I was saying.
Thank you. Basilago, you can finish your group. Thank you very much.
Everybody, I say on this point that all the existing protocols observed, and thank you for the privilege of giving our company the chance to have a chat in this occasion. A little back history on Wistek Group. Wistek industry has the vision that build houses that have the same standard, quality standard, if not better than the houses in Europe and other advanced countries of the world. We started with the roofing, pipes, water heater, sanitary and ceramics. Now, cables and wires. The game has changed. We also started building houses because our vision is to provide house with best quality to Nigerians. The cable department is the latest department in the group, which is headed by my predecessor, Engineer James Ojanja. Who has been in the business of cable and wire manufacturing for the past 37 years. He was trained in India, and he was directly involved in the establishment and management of 3 big leading cable companies in Nigeria. He has now brought his wealth of experience in the industry to the fore, into his tech group, to lead other engineers in the factory. The reason why we must buy these cables. By definition of power cables and wires. The power cables and wires has 2 main functions. The conducting part of it and the insulation part of it. Further analysis on that, the conducting part of it is the one that takes the current or the electron from one point to another, while the second one, called the insulator or the insulation or the outer sheet, is to prevent the users the shock while you apply the usage. Putting all these factors and the national and international standard into consideration,
in Wisdom Group, which I believe is one of the most fastest and quality cable in Nigeria today. The market has tested it and confirmed every day. Apart from me being the leader of that department, my general manager, who is Engineer Moses, joined the company. He's a seasoned expert in cable engineering and production for over 3 decades. He leads other experienced Nigerian engineers who has been in the industry for several years. Wisdom cables and wires is being manufactured with a modern state-of-art machines and equipment that we have updated and abroad. The machines are in good state, producing the best quality cables and wires in the country at the moment. The speed at which the wires and cables being produced by Wisdom Group is the fastest so far in Nigeria, because the latest technology in which they use in fabricating the machines and the production of the cable, the power cables. We have the best laboratory in the country, equipped with best facilities, where all the products are being designed and tested to meet up with the national and international standard, and is managed by experienced quality control teams. All our products are certified by the Standard Organization of Nigeria to attest the quality of all our products. In view of this, we're here today to assure you, our numerous customers, that Wisdom Industries will consistently maintain and deliver quality products in a record time. In order not to waste a lot of your time, as I'm delivering this address, our technical details is being circulated around. You go through them, and then maybe in the near future or now, if there is any other questions to be asked, we were ready to answer the questions, and all the questions are welcome. Thank you very much.
On that day, so I'm pleased to see that Ben has moved on to finer and greater things, and congratulations to Ben. So I represent Gerard Roofs in Africa. I'm not going to talk a lot about Gerard Roofs because you know the product already. When we came in 2004 and we presented with a new company on the scene, a company called WitchTech, with a product, Gerard, that nobody had ever heard of. And people told me very convincingly, this product will never sell in Nigeria. It will never sell, it's too expensive, Nigerians won't pay for it. Now I just ask you to drive around Abuja or Lagos or Enugu or Onitsha and just see how that prediction actually came out not to be true. The product has become very popular. It's the most popular roofing product in Nigeria. And we're proud to have a long association with WitchTech. And WitchTech are introducing new products. And all of the products that WitchTech are introducing are the highest quality products available in the international markets. So when people said to me in 2004, your product is too expensive, it won't sell in Nigeria, people are saying the same things to me today, your product is too expensive. And I said, well, how much more expensive is it than it was in 2004? And they said, maybe 4 times more expensive. And I said, well, tell me something that isn't 4 times more expensive in Nigeria than in 2004. Because everything is more expensive and everything has risen in cost. Now this year has been unprecedented because of the pandemic, because of freight costs, because of steel prices. It's been an unusual year, but Gerard still represents the best roofing product available for you. You still have the strength of Witchtech, a national company now in Nigeria, for support. And we thank you for your support today, and we're very grateful for your ongoing support going forward. As architects, it's your position to inform your clients, and not everybody is going to be able to afford the best product, but when your clients are looking for the best product, we'd be grateful if you recommend them to us. So thank you very much.
From the four quickly the keynote address which we omitted since that's town planatory Nigeria, right? Town planatory Nigeria, have you queued it on? Please put it on now so that we will take the reports from the group discussion.
Explore the frontier of effective communication. It is with great humility that I accept the invitation to deliver the keynote address at the 2021 biennial General Meeting of the NIA. I sincerely thank the Council of NIA for approving this choice. And for me, coming to NIA is like homecoming. Having cut my professional teeth in Darky Work Group, a firm of architects and planners. And I never forget to pay tribute to my boss then, Architect Dr. Dele Adeyemi, FNIA, whose influence shaped my professional outlook. My experience which I have come to realize is the only way that our nation can make appreciable progress. I'm therefore glad to present this address. I have sought permission to make my presentation online. I would have loved to be physically present at the opening ceremony, but the circumstances are truly beyond my control. We are all aware of the unfortunate incident of the 1st November collapse of a 21-story structure along Gerard Road in Ikoyi, Lagos, in which some of our compatriots lost their lives. We are saddened by this loss of human resources, and we pray that their souls rest in peace. Consequent upon that sad event, the governor of Lagos State set up a tribunal of inquiry into the incident and made me chairman, thus taking priority over other assignments. I am, together with other professionals in the construction industry, handling this task as your representatives, and I solicit your contributions, cooperation, and advice so that we can jointly provide a solution to the lingering menace. The theme of the BDM is Smart Architecture, exploring new frontiers of architectural practice. And the purpose of gatherings such as this is to seek to improve in knowledge so that we can advance the depth of our competence as professionals. It is through continuous training programs like this that professionals have progressively acquired new information and have subsequently impacted their environment. It will therefore be natural to expect that this year's program will be equally beneficial to participants and the nation at large. I need to acknowledge the contribution of the profession of architecture in the development of national physical space, both at the urban and suburban levels. Architects in Nigeria have shown the capacity to compete with their counterparts worldwide, and we have dotted all over our urban centers and government houses evidences of what the Nigerian architects can do. I understand that the NIA is compiling a compendium of Nigerian architecture through the assemblage of works that have been done over the years. Well, this was presented yesterday. It was not yesterday. This compendium, I believe, will be a document to tell the story of the development as well as the changing faces of architecture in It would, no doubt, be an intellectual contribution to professional development in Nigeria. That document will be a form of communication tool portraying how far the profession of architecture has come in Nigeria. Having made so much contribution, one would imagine that time has come to explore other frontiers that will make the profession of architecture respond to contemporary built environment challenges, one of which is building collapse in Nigeria. Exploring new frontiers makes the study of technology, renewable energy, and other new areas imperative. The world is facing various kinds of challenges which suggest that there should be a lot of investment in research and development in order to solve problems and make our cities and communities, as well as the buildings we work and live in, not only livable but sustainable. Have professionals been able to impact the average citizen? I know that we need to advance in our knowledge areas and improve our practices as you are done. My question stems from the fact that since 1971, when Nigeria officially recorded its first building collapse, according to Augmented 2019, the nation has been unable to solve the problem. Yet, we have professionals in the construction industry still practicing. So I am tempted to ask, can we all be here and these things are happening? I'm asking these questions perhaps because I think there are more frontiers to explore than can be imagined from this BGM theme and some things. Progress of nations has been steered by professionals. Professionalism is about service to the society. It is not only a skill set in a given occupation. It is that inexpressible something that the person demonstrates in manner, dress, speech, and standards of practice that is evidently powerful. Standards like honesty, due diligence, perseverance, willingness to listen and learn, creative thinking within a framework of training, and other qualities most people will find difficult to describe, but which they expect in the professionals with whom they engage. A way that balances the attendant power. That is why trust is the essence of professionalism, and it is the most necessary component around which all the other hallmarks of professionalism revolve. Professionalism offers a superior knowledge, which the professional has, known as asymmetric knowledge, and he has that power over the non-professional, which obliges him to act in the best interest of the beneficiary of his knowledge. This knowledge is expected to be well communicated, and going contrary will be termed professional. Professionals should act in favor of life, and any attempt to do less in this communication. Let me warn that taking leadership is not the same thing as claiming superiority over others. The very weakness that has destroyed relationships amongst professionals. Being a professionally registered architect, in my view, is not an achievement. Making positive impact and adding value to national development is the real achievement. This is what we need to strive to achieve. Professionals must shed the toga of arrogance, which makes them unapproachable, and speak in the language that people understand and will love to listen to. As the NIA seeks to explore new frontiers in architectural practice, I urge that one of those areas that needs to be explored is communication and relationship development. I say this because no matter how much we know in the areas of generative design, big data, Internet of Things and smart buildings, renewable energy and construction technology, etc., it is the ability to communicate the knowledge acquired in as simple and friendly manner as possible that will determine the acceptance of what you possess. I'm trying to want progress. There has to be an improvement in communication amongst the professionals themselves while working on building healthy relationships. It is no use trying to go alone while neglecting the importance of others. There have to be more collaborations amongst the professions in the construction sector. If these professionals do not understand themselves, the public will not understand them. Eliminating poverty will depend on the sacrifices that we are willing to invest in improving our communication and relationship skills. In conclusion, I do hope that this address will challenge the NIA to continue this conversation. Professionals must become friendly, speak in a manner that is rather assuring, and seek to impart useful knowledge that will help to redeem the current trend, revert reality, and gain the attention of the Nigerian public that we are meant to serve. I sincerely hope that you have a successful BGM. I appreciate the NIA Council once again for this privilege, and I thank you all for listening. God bless you.
Thank you very much. Group 3, Group 4. All the rapporteurs, please come up to the stage and make your presentations. All the rapporteurs, they are not there. Where are the secretaries? What about the chairman? Which group is that? Please, round of applause for her. Which group? Group 2, thank you very much. What about Group 1, Group 3, and Group 4? If you are there, please come up to the stage. Let's round this up. We are almost done. Okay. Group 2, tell us your name and then the title and make your quick presentation. Group 2.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Olushayo Fagorusi. I'm from Lagos. I'll be speaking on the Internet of Things and urban architecture. And as an introduction, the Internet of Things is the application of the Internet in everything we do to improve the quality of life and effective utilization of scarce resources. So as different from smart buildings, which we are all familiar with, which is basically the automation of building parts, which include doors, windows, curtains, lights, HVAC, and TV, and deals with the individual buildings. The Internet of Things speaks to a broader spectrum. It speaks to the environment, speaks to the relationship between your vehicle, your building, your house, the environment. In application of the Internet of Things in architecture now, it involves the early incorporation or at the design stage of the Internet in automating basically everything, introducing sensors everywhere in your building, in your surroundings, in your security system, in your water management, in everyday use of everyday application of your buildings. So I put here that in application in architecture, it requires the early incorporation at the design stage to get the buildings ready to integrate with the environment. And as a must, we must have the Internet. We must have the local area network, the wide area network, and we must have constant power supply. The Internet of Things helps in monitoring and managing buildings, as sensors are all incorporated and maintenance schedules are easily generated and it takes out the human interface. So it reduces the interface of humans with the buildings. So for instance, I have here, you have a breach in your home. You have a smart home that is already automated. A breach triggers an alarm. The alarm alerts the local police. The local police gets there. Information from your security cameras are sent to the police arrive at the scene, the intruder is apprehended, and your house is, your property is recovered, even without you being physically present. This Internet of Things enables everything to relate with each other, and you can easily relate with it in your vehicles, for instance. Your vehicles have sensors. You get informed when you need to inflate your tires. You get informed when you need to change your oil. You get informed by the sensors already in place in these vehicles. And to get this done in implementation, the first step is education and enlightenment. We need to introduce into the curriculum of all our schools the Internet of Things. We need to introduce it at the early stage so that any new design coming up today, from today henceforth, any new design has incorporated in it the Internet of Things, such that even as of now, where we have buildings like this which did not incorporate the Internet of Things, and that's why we have challenges as getting internet in this hall. Such buildings as this, when they come for retrofitting, we can incorporate the Internet of Things in them. New buildings will not have the same challenge because there's the education, there's the information, there's the awareness. So everybody in this room becomes an advocate of Internet of Things. When you meet your next client, you can sell the idea to your client and implement it as time goes on. Everywhere, everybody, all the buildings, all the environments will get integrated, and then they can communicate with each other and reduce the human interface. And in achieving this, we need teamwork. The architects can't work alone. You need electrical engineers, you need the electronic engineers, the IT technicians, you need the computer engineers, you need everybody, all the professionals to work together in synergy to achieve things. The challenges in effecting the Internet of Things here include lack of awareness, lack of capacity, our equipment, our knowledge base, the capacity and the coverage of the security apparatus already in place. We have the infrastructure deficit, the power supply in Internet, the cost of Internet, the coverage of Internet, the old buildings not compliant, and we also have resistance from people like you and I. But with knowledge today, with this knowledge we have gained at such a forum as this, we believe that we can all become the advocates of the Internet of Things. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Please submit those notes to the Chairman, Library and Publications Committee. Thank you very much, Architect. What did you say the name? Sorry. Let's get down your name again.
My name is Olushai Fagos.
Thank you very much, Architect Olushai Fagos. Which other group is ready? Group 1? Group 3? What about Group 4? Group 4, Moses Saja's group. They are not ready. You can't find the secretary. Okay. So there's no other group that is ready. Please let the group leaders, let the secretary submit the discussion to the chairman of the Library and Publications Committee so that we will get a communique on that at the end of the conference. At this point, I will call on architects. Before we formally close this session, I will call on Architect O.P.A. Ladega to come and give a vote of thanks, and then the chairman of the NOC, our incoming president architect, Ni Benevolent, will formally close the session. Architect Ladega. Round of applause, please.
Thank you. Good afternoon, colleagues. I have a very simple task, just to give a vote of thanks. So I think it's best and most appropriate to start by thanking all the presenters and the speakers today. And to thank them most especially for the quality of the papers that we have received here today. I think the applause that accompanied those several presentations is already testimony of the quality and the impact and the learnings that we can take away from each of those papers. I want to thank the gentleman who spoke from far away California. We know it was an odd time of the day for him to speak to us. That's in our time, and over there it should be about 8 hours or so behind us. Our appreciations, and most especially for how enlightening the presentation was. We thank all our colleagues who presented various papers. Very, very, very enlightening, and I think I should also not miss out to mention in particular Architect Omishore and the direction that he has helped us to chart as a body, to plot the routes, the charts, the course for change and for inclusiveness in the profession. And I'm sure that the incoming expo will take the lessons and the suggestions and recommendations from there to help us in charting the course. I should also thank Town Planner Untitled for his very wonderful paper, where he reminded us of our responsibilities as professionals and reminded us that the family of the professions have to work together in unison to achieve our goals. Having said all that, I think it's appropriate, therefore, for me to leave this stage before I overstay my welcome. And just to say once more, thank you very much for listening attentively. For if the speakers do not have an audience to address, no matter how well prepared their papers will be, it could dampen the enthusiasm. So thank you all very much also for listening attentively. And my Oga, please come and take this thing away from me before I start to deliver the paper. Thank you very much. Yes, I actually delivered the paper, a very good paper. Thank you very much. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I wish to thank everybody who have sat on this conference in spite of our challenges. Those who have taken their time to participate in the group discussions, and in everything that we have done, we promise you that the next conference we are going to improve on this, and we are going to make sure that when you come for a conference, you go back with something. At this point, I would like to invite the man who put us all together, the chairman of the National Organizing Committee, and our incoming president, by the grace of God, in the next 2 days, Architect Ni Benevolent, the first vice president of the Nigerian School of Architects. To formally close this occasion.
Good afternoon, my dear colleagues. It's been 2 days or 3 days of mixed emotions. Papers have been presented, people have had discussion sessions, and the BGM, the first part of the BGM is coming to a close, and that's the scientific session. These lectures have afforded us the opportunity to learn a few things that are contemporary. We've also been admonished on the path to follow in the short, medium, and long term. I thank again all the people who have made this possible. I also want to apologize for the technical hitches which characterized yesterday and the early hours of today. It was beyond our control, and I want to assure you that that will not happen again. In another 2 hours, by 4 precisely, we'll all reassemble here for the induction of new members. As you all know, any organization that does not rejuvenate itself through the introduction and initiation of new members is not likely to live into the future. So I understand we have more than 100 new members that are going to be inducted this afternoon. I want all of you to be here to give them that resounding welcome and to also boost the morale of those who will be inducted later today. That should take place at from 4 o'clock. We anticipate that that ceremony should last between 4 and 6 p.m. By 7 p.m., we'll be having our Hope Hospitality combined with the Manifesto Night. Of course, you know that this year we have 21 candidates contesting. Of course, some are unopposed, but we have a large chunk of people who will be telling us what they want to do for the Institute in the next 2 years, and they will be soliciting your votes. So that event will be happening at the Peachtree Event Center. Peach Vine Event Center will circulate the exact location to your various, the Secretariat will circulate the exact locations through all our social media platforms. So we'll all be listening to all the candidates present their manifesto, which will of course guide your choice of who you want to lead you for the next 2 years. So that should start at about 7 p.m. and we don't want it to go beyond 9 p.m. If you are unopposed, you will not be required to make a presentation. Yes. So only those who are contesting will be given 3 to 5 minutes to sell themselves. And of course, I will just summarize at the end of it. Tomorrow is the D-Day. D-Day in the sense that we'll be having our General Assembly. Of course, you know why we are all gathered here is to hear from the outgoing executive as they present their scorecard of what they've done in the last 2 years. To afford you the opportunity to ask questions and appraise, though the appraisal is not, because the president is not coming for another election, but to just know the state of the institute in the last 2 years. That would start at 9 a.m. So please, members should assemble here at 9 a.m. We intend that that general meeting should round up at about 1 to 2 p.m. tomorrow. Thereafter, we will start the election. As you all know, the election is going to be electronic, and so for those who have been accredited, you will start receiving the links to access the platform for the election. The election is going to run for 3 hours, so you can go to, at your leisure, go to your room or go anywhere and do your voting. You don't have to do your voting here, but if you want to do the voting here, fine. That process will last between 2 p.m. and 5 p.m. Since it's electronic, shortly after voting closes, you should be able to get the results in 30 minutes. The results will be announced by the electoral committee, and we will all assemble here at 6 p.m. for the gala night celebration of the whole 2 or 3 days that we're here together. And that event will also mark the swearing in of the new president and his executive. Of course, you are all invited, and you all should be there to give support to your new executive. And I think it's by that time that I would carry the mantle of leadership of the Institute, and of course, I would require your presence and of course your support. So on that note, I want to thank you again, though you've been thanked several times. I want to thank you again for staying with us, bearing with our shortcomings, encouraging us, have been here up to this time. Thank you all, and we don't take your presence here for granted. We would see at 4 o'clock. So take care, and I think the lunch or something is served outside. So just go take some refreshments.
Highly employed members to come in exactly 9 o'clock, and once it's 9 o'clock, we are going to start. We encourage you to come in because we need to finish exactly 1 p.m. Tomorrow. They will also give highlights on how you can vote tomorrow online. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
We are present. The parents, siblings, loved ones of today's adoptees, other categories of members of our great institute, associates, technologists, and students, very distinguished ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of the Executive Council 2019-2021, I want to welcome you to this evening's event, which is an important lifeline for the Institute. It is a process through which we admit new members into our noble profession, and we accord them the responsibilities and privileges and beckoning thereto. We will be taking as many as 9,200 members in today as full members of the Nigerian Institute of Architects. This status accords them the opportunity and authority to practice the profession of architecture in Nigeria. But it is part of our constitutional requirement that before they begin to enjoy those privileges, that they go through, they take an oath of allegiance and are also formally inducted to the profession. That is what we are going to be witnessing today. We are going to be doing them in batches of about 10 each, and basically we will call them out, and when they come in, the AGS will administer the oath, and I will give the presidential citation. In between, we will be making a few comments about the Nigerian Institute of Architects for the benefit of those who are guests here today. Thank you very much. AGS, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, the first set of people I will be calling up will be the members in the associate class who will just come and get a presidential handshake and you will collect your certificate. The following people should please come up. I plead with you to do this very swiftly. Thank you. Aliyu Abubakar Umar. Aliyu Abubakar Umar. Please call for him. Aniefok John Peter. Aniefok John Peter. Ayodeji Olawale Oladimeji. Ayodeji Olawale Oladimeji. Jesimiel Uchendu Umanoro. Jesimiel Uchendu Umanoro. Please, you can come up. There's a set of stairs that way. Come this way. Thank you. Kadum Musta Gangan. Kadum Musta Gangan. Nasiru Musa. All these are associates.
associate membership class of the Nigerian Institute of Architects is the immediate class below the full membership class. Members of this class are eligible to apply and sit for the professional practice examination of the institute, and for successful performance will be eligible for full admission to the full membership class. So as is traditional, the president will give a handshake each of the members, and of course give them certificate to their jobs. Congratulations. 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 Thank you very much.
These are the next batch of associates. Salu Joshua Malwe, Ikechukwu Amarizo Nwakama, Ikechukwu Amarizo Nwakama, Salu Joshua Malwe, Titus Adeniyi Obanewo, Dennis Ejike Amadi, Chukwunoso Ozojiofo, Chima Ichedu, Zainab Aliyaran Haruna. Salu Joshua Malwe, Ikechukwu Amarizo Wakama, Titus Adeniyi Obanewo, Dennis Ejike Amadi, Chukwunoso Ozojiofo, Chima Ichedu, and Zainab Aliyaran Haruna.
Congratulate you for attending this status of the associate member of the Institute. I welcome you to the Institute, and I encourage you to continue in your progression to the full membership status and also aspire to be a member of the Institute. Congratulations.
Abiba Abba, Sanusi Abiba Abba. These are the technologists. Aminu Abubakar, Abdulkarim Muhammad, Muhammad Masood Abdulkarim, Chido Akano Kayama, Adeni Adekune Abdurraouf, Adekune Abdurraouf, Yusuf Goni Wala. Thank you.
Thank you, the technology leader of the Nigerian Institute of Architects and graduates from our polytechnics that are fully accredited and recognized by the Institute. And they form an integral part of the profession of architecture in Nigeria. So on behalf of the Executive Council, I welcome you to the family. I wish you the very best as you grow in the profession of architecture. I encourage you to hold yourself at the highest level of professionalism to the society and be good ambassadors wherever you serve. Thank you very much and congratulations.
Now these following full members will be coming up to take their oath of membership. Kindly try to make it snappy because our time is far gone. Cole Mojisola Olatorera. Isiaka Adetoye Oduwoye. Agaldo Pano Samuel. Ofoboche Akowu. Odihi Oloche. Adeyemi Olumuyiwa Olushoga. Ohaneje Chibuzo Chinonso, Afolabi Ademola Taye, Olaniran Akiyele Ayodeji. I go over the names one more time. Cool. Oyedeko Oluwatosin Bas, Somosola Olufeyioluwa.
For the benefit of our guests, I would like to inform you that the Nigerian Institute of Architects, umbrella body for all architects in of Nigeria, came to be in 1960. So we are 61 years old this year as a profession. And we have grown from membership of only 8 to the tall oak of nearly 12,000 full members that we have today. We are affiliated all international bodies of architecture across the world and the International Union of Architects. I will talk to you a little bit more about those associations in the next batch. But there is a ceremony to be done. The full membership status of the Nigerian Institute of Architects imposes enormous responsibilities on you. And to ensure that we live up to those responsibilities, we will be administering an oath of allegiance. You will repeat after the allegiance.
Please repeat after me, and when I say I architect, you mention the name. Having been duly elected into the full membership of the Nigerian Institute of Architects on this 26th day of November 2021, solemnly swear to comply with the Constitution, bylaws, and code of conduct and ethics, and other regulations that the Institute may enact, as well as dedicate myself to the service of society by upholding the dignity and the integrity of the profession of architecture to the best of my ability. So help me God.
The next batch will need to raise your hands when you are taking the oath. I will read the presidential citation, and thereafter I will invite the past president and the incoming president to join us on the stage for the photo session with the new members. All of you, your certificates as confirmation of your full membership of the Nigerian Institute of Architects. And I enjoin you to dedicate yourselves to the service of society by upholding the dignity and integrity of the profession of architecture to the best of your ability, so help me God.
After the presidential handshake and
welcome to the club.
And the presidential photograph will come this
Congratulations. Congratulations. Welcome. Welcome to the club. Thank you. Best of luck. Do we have our president to move for anything? The incoming president. So we'll join at the appropriate spaces. Yes. Thank you very much. Congratulations. Unfortunately, you have to come back. Nigerian Institute of the Commonwealth Association of Architects, as well as 2 presidents of the African Union of Architects, one of whom, as you can see, is here today with us, the president of Architects, O.C. Majoro. So the size, the stature, and the reputation of our institute is well established across the globe. Next batch, please, Panabezia.
Obima Izuchukwu David, Ezekiel Adewale Odebi, Zita Dombut Zebede, Adebusola Riskat Adeoye, James Dagan Jang, Alade Temitope Akinwumi, Jare Ajao Sheriff Oloruntosin, Obimba Izuchukwu David, Ezekiel Adewale Odebi, Zita Dombot Zebede, Adebusola Riskat Adeoye, James Dayan Jank, Alade Temitope Akinwumi, Jare Ajao Sheriff Oloruntosin.
And after that, you hold it with your left hand and you raise your right hand in this form. Hold your certificate with your left hand and you raise your right hand when you take the oath.
Having been duly elected to full membership of the Nigerian Institute of Architects on this 26th day of November 2022, solemnly swear to comply with the Constitution, bylaws, and code of conduct and ethics, and other regulations that the Institute may enact, as well as dedicate myself to the service of the society by upholding the dignity and integrity of the profession of architecture to the best of my ability. So help me God.
Council of the University of Architects, I hereby present you with these certificates as confirmation of the full membership of the Nigerian Institute of Architects. And I enjoin you to dedicate yourselves to the service of society by upholding the dignity and integrity of the profession of architecture to the best of our ability. So help me Lord. Welcome home. Welcome to the club. Congratulations. Best of luck in the area. Congratulations. Congratulations. You're welcome. God bless you. Good to see you. You're welcome. Congratulations.
Chidozie
stature of the Nigerian Institute of Architects in the international arena. As certificates are being given to our new members, let me add, I give you very pleasant news that in the world body of architects today, what we call the International Union of Architects, we have a singular and unprecedented privilege. Out of the 8 executive members on that council, we have 2 Nigerians who are members of this body. And how did that happen? One of us represents the whole of Africa. Architect Ogunbo Misore represents Africa on the board of UIA. Another Nigerian, a member of this Brook Institute, is presenting the America, Architect Samopo, on the world body of architects. So we are dominating the International Union of Architects at this moment as I speak. And we give glory to God Almighty. Yes, ensure that each member has a certificate.
Raymond. Lawani Odunayo. Lawani Odunayo. Chielu Ikejiaku. Ojonumi Felix Idoko. Afolabi Sunday Ibuku. Wariboko James. Benjamin Obo Odeon. Ogundele Olushola James. Adewumi Christopher Adetuji. Muniru Sani Gonto. And Lawal Biliaminu.
Minister in this country. And we do have the 7 ministers.